Good morning and welcome to the Cloud County Ground here in Chelmsford for the first proper match in May as we welcome Yorkshire as our visitors in the LV County Championship. An interesting game, of course, with two teams in similar positions, 4th and 5th in the table as we start this game. So it'll be very interesting to see how particularly day one plays out of this. Now, we've got our two captains, Tom Wesley and Steve Patterson, with our two umpires, Rob Bailey and Tim Robinson. I think Tom is going to flip the coin. Steve Patterson has won it. Tom making sure he gets his coin back. Steve, can I have a word? Right, you won the toss. What are you doing?
We're going to have a ball.
Thinking behind that?
I just think there's a little bit of live grass on the wicket. If there's going to be any assistance for the ball, as it might be today, so try and make the most of
that. And team use for Yorkshire?
Only real change is Harris Ralph drops out. He's not fit, and Joe Root comes back in.
Yeah, good to see Root making his first appearance for Yorkshire this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always great to have him. He's probably the best player in the world, so it's a great addition to the team, and it's nice to see him again.
Good. Well, enjoy the sun while it's here. Make the most of it. If I can ask Tom to come in. Tom, you happy with the bat first up?
Yeah, I think we were pretty unsure what to do. We've had sort of mixed success here, batting first, bowling first. I think the stats do suggest that actually when we bat first, we win more games. So, there's that chance that we were going to have a bat anyway. So we just got to negate this first session and then see where we are.
It is that first session that's critical, isn't it? We saw it at Edgbaston. We saw it here against Northants last week. It is about, first maybe two sessions.
I'd say it's just first innings, isn't it? We've lacked first innings runs. I think both those games we've actually been in good positions. Somerset 100 for 2, Warwickshire 100 for 2 at lunch, and then we've had those mini collapses. So if we can prevent those from happening, then we give ourselves the best chance to get a decent first innings score. And obviously we've got Simon Harm, who I believe is the best spinner in the world. If he's bowling last on that wicket, then we've got a good chance.
And team news for Essex today?
One change. Adam Rosling is coming in, batting 6 and taking the gloves. But other than that, unchanged.
Yeah, keeping to Simon Harmer for the first time, I guess.
Yeah, it will be the first time. He's done a bit of work, obviously, these last couple of days. But I think when we signed Rosso, we knew that he was a naturally gifted clubman. So I think it's a challenge that he's going to thrive and enjoy. So best of luck to him, but I think it's going to be exciting.
Well, let's hope the sun shines on the right. Just say, go well. Yeah, thanks, Tom. Thank you. Right, so that's what's happening. Yorkshire have won the toss. They've opted to bowl. Let's have a look at the team sheets and see who we've got today. The 4 days, Yorkshire have won the toss and are going to bowl. A healthy crowd already building up here. It's going to be a very interesting game with Yorkshire in 4th, Essex in 5th. Batting points could be critical, and you look on the table, that's the main difference between the two sides in the games thus far. Let's hope for better things from Essex in this first innings. First ball about to come up.
Joe Root, David Milan, Harry Brook, Harry Duke, Don Bess, Jordan Thompson, Matthew Revis, Stephen Patterson and George Hill, the Yorkshire 11.
And the umpires are Rob Bailey and Robert Robinson for this one. We have got bright, glorious sunshine in Chelmsford today. There's a little bit of cloud dotted around here and there. A stiffish breeze blowing across the ground, but we are set fair for a full day's cricket. Fortunately, this game starting today and not yesterday. The forecast was proved correct yesterday, and we had a bit of a deluge on occasions in Essex yesterday, so fortunately the game starting today, and Chelmsford is set fair. We're using a strip which is slightly over to the right of the square here at the county ground, and the umpires just making their way out in front of us now, and Essex having been put into bat by Yorkshire, desperate to get some first innings runs on the board. 4 first innings so far this season, and they failed to get beyond 200 on 3 occasions. Admittedly a low scoring game at Somerset, but the only time they have passed 200 they piled up in excess of 500 against Kent here on what proved to be a little bit of a featherbed. I'll be updating BBC Essex listeners into the 11 o'clock news. Jonathan has various commitments elsewhere with BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, and Yorkshire just heading out to take the field here. And Essex will be opening up with Nick Brown, that 1 century to his name so far on the opening match against Kent, and Sir Alistair Cook, who's made contributions in virtually every game. The only fallow time for him was that last match against Northamptonshire. So a big test coming up here, Jonathan, for these Essex openers against this Yorkshire attack, albeit a Yorkshire attack shorn of Harris Ralph.
Yeah, it looks, there's certainly a green tinge. It looks appreciably greener than the 2 strips that the batsmen have been practising on. Maybe they needed to be practising on a green strip because that's what they're going to be having to deal with out here. And yes, you're right, Yorkshire are definitely lighter on firepower with the ball than otherwise would be the case. I didn't remiss of me not to mention Harris Ralph, of course, who did play in the last game but didn't bowl in the second innings against Kent due to a side strain. So Root effectively is back in for him rather than being back in for Ben Code, who's not yet played this season. He did, Ben, play in a league game last weekend and bowled about 11 overs, but for whatever reason, and reasons I'm not yet aware, he's not made it to the final 11, and you would think you'd want him in there on winning the toss and bowling first. So I'm guessing that maybe he's just still considered not quite right to risk, but that's just my guess, and that is not confirmed by Yorkshire, who are going to open the bowling from this river end with Jordan Thompson.
Just a little bit of shoveling around in the field. Long leg is moving right around and almost deep backward square, but it's down there at long leg. So 3 slips in for Jordan Thompson. Another round of county championship cricket gets underway with us here. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations. Thompson running away from us is in and bowling to Nick Brown, who just pushes into the onside for no run. Big test this for Nick Brown. He got that century against Kent, and since then has been shorn of time in the middle and shorn of runs as well.
Yeah, going to be, you would think, a tough start if Yorkshire can get the ball in cricket parlance there or thereabouts.
Welcome listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra as well, joining us at a sunny Chelmsford this morning as Thompson, away from us from this river end, in and bowling to Brown, and eat, sleep and repeat. Brown plays into the onside and it's picked up by the man at short mid-wicket. We'll be updating listeners into the BBC Essex news at 11 o'clock here as well to update them on the toss and the team news, which is that if you're just joining us on 5 Live Sports Extra, that Yorkshire won the toss and perhaps unsurprisingly asked Essex to bat. Jonathan mentioning earlier on, there is a greenish tinge to the strip here, as there has been for the previous home matches here as well, but it hasn't always then panned out that it's a bowler's paradise. Here's Thompson in again, relatively short approach, in and bowling, and Brown edges and is taken at 3rd slip, and Nick Brown's poor run with the bat continues. That century against Kent in the opening game, and since then very, very short of runs, and he's gone for a duck.
Yeah, and just routine stuff, wasn't it, really? Although the catch was dying on George Hill, did really well to get his hands underneath that. Just 3rd ball of the match, and Yorkshire on their way with a first wicket. Jordan Thompson, regulars know that I call him the man that makes things happen, and He'd be the first to admit, I'm sure, that his red ball radar so far this season hasn't been, or new ball radar hasn't been as good as the standards he'd set himself last year. So that will do him the power of good, getting an early one on the board.
It was a very sharp catch at third slip, wasn't it? Around about ankle boot height and away to his left-hand side. But Brown, big thick edge, right arm over, bowling across the left-hander, and smartly taken. And Nick Brown heads back without troubling the scorers for Essex. And we know this Essex batting lineup has been frail during this season. The excellent second innings effort against Northamptonshire and an excellent second innings effort against Warwickshire to go with the first innings against Kent, but it really has been first innings runs that have really been Essex's downfall thus far this season. And that brings the Essex captain out, Tom Westley. Would have hoped that he would not have been required this early, so Essex will now have the right and left-handed combination, but Yorkshire spring in their step. Perfect start for them. I remember without Harris Ralph for this game. And here is Jordan Thompson, as he's prepared to update BBC Essex listeners. Thompson is in and bowls. Yes, and it's not great news either, Victoria. Essex lost the toss, Yorkshire asked them to bat, and Essex are 0 for 1. Nick Brown has gone for a 3-ball duck. His poor run with the bat continuing. Smartly taken low down at third slip off the bowling of Jordan Thompson. Essex making one change to their side, which got that draw against Northamptonshire. Adam Wheater, the wicketkeeper batter, who announced yesterday he'll be retiring at the end of the season, has been replaced by Adam Rossington. So it's Brown, Alistair Cook, Tom Westley, Paul Walter, Matt Critchley, Adam Rossington, Feroz Kushi, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Mark Steckety and Sam Cook, who make up this Essex lineup, but in trouble already at 0 for 1. So that's the BBC Essex listeners updated, Jonathan, and Jordan Thompson's right on the mark here.
Yeah, good to see from Yorkshire's perspective that he's making the batsman play every ball in the innings so far.
He's in and bowling to the Essex captain Tom Westley, and Westley shouldering arms for that one. Good carry through, and the end of a wicket maiden for Jordan Thompson, and Yorkshire, having asked Essex to bat here, have got the home side at 0 for 1.
Yep, so promising start, particularly on winning the toss, and with what Jordan Thompson can produce with that kind of energy that he has and effort about his game at one end. Who do they turn to at the other? Well, the skipper decides that he is the man to try and exploit these conditions. This little bit of green top with the unerring accuracy that he has. Stephen Patterson took a 5 for again last week in the second innings. I think anybody who was watching that game would have thought that Yorkshire were unlucky not to have won it, given what happened with the bad light situation. But yeah, that was the way things were. I spoke to Stephen Patterson after the game and asked him what exactly had been said at the point that they didn't bat Yorkshire. They walked out to bat and then were taken straight back off the field without a ball being bowled. Here's Patterson to Alistair Cook, who is shouldering arms to that first delivery. A sighter for both batsman and bowler, wide of off stump. But yeah, they walked on, the entire cohort of players, and then walked back off. Steve O'Shaughnessy and Graham Lloyd bringing him off because of the light. And Stephen Patterson said, look, we took a reading on day one when we were off for an hour, and whatever units the light measurement measures in, it was about 8 lower at the point that they weren't allowed to carry on the final day. So in that respect, he didn't have any complaints as Cook blocks this second ball of the over. It's just frustrating, isn't it, for the sport that spectators pay good money to come in. We're all trying to promote county cricket. We think it's great. We've got a fantastic potential finish on our hands, 114 needed off 21 overs with no fielding restrictions. The floodlights are on, and yet you still can't play. Here's Patterson again, round the wicket to the left-handed Sir Alistair Cook, who pushes up to mid-on where Jordan Thompson does the fielding. There's no run, 3 slips in place. As ever, at first, Harry Brooks, second, Adam Lythe, and third, the man who's already taken a catch, George Hill. Don Best is out there at point. Matthew Revis in the covers. And then Joe Root at mid-off. Thompson at mid-on. Dimut Kurna-Ratner is at mid-wicket. And David Milan down at deep backward square leg, really. Shortish boundary down this river end of the ground as Cook leaves another one through.
It's a lovely photo on social media this morning of Sir Alistair Cook and Joe Root catching up with each other out in the morning. 22,361 test runs between them. It's not bad, is it?
No, I think they could have had a couple more, to be honest with you. A couple of poor shots in there. It really should have been 30,000. Here's Patterson in towards our commentary position. Good delivery, which just squares up Cook slightly, but he plays it with control, late and with soft hands, and drops it into the pitch on its way through to George Hill at third slip.
A nice stop as well by Hill, that one, low down away to his left-hand side on the bounce too.
Looks like it's going to be one of those days, Glenn, where there's cloud around, the sun's going to be poking its nose in between from time to time. Part of the pitch is bathed in sunlight and part in shade at the moment. Patterson in the shady bit as he's into Cook, who pushes into the offside, where Revis feels to complete over number 2 of the day. And, well, wouldn't you know it, Stephen Patterson's bowled a maiden.
'Twas ever thus. So 0 for 1 then here, Essex, and already just under a little bit of pressure just as they feel their way into this match. If you want to get in touch today, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com on the emails, and you can tweet us as well at BBC Essex Sport, and ways to get in touch with yourself, Jonathan, as well.
Yep, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address, or at Jonathan Doige on Twitter.
Jordan Thompson to continue from this river end. There's a few people brave enough to have the arms out today, just in short sleeves. A few others have got the jumpers on as well. It's breezy as Thompson is in and bowling to Wesley, well wide of off stump, and it's left alone and taken by Duke behind the stumps. Morning to Elisatano Shrimper, who's first on this morning. Says, morning gentlemen, from a windy and overcast southeastern Spain. I realise Mr. Wheat has announced his retirement intentions. There seems little information about his omission from the squad against Yorkshire. He seemed to have regained some batting composure, ensuring the draw against Northants, so it does seem surprising. Well, maybe not so, just taking him out of the firing line for a game or so, as Thompson is in once again and Wesley plays defensively up to mid-on and there's no run. He also goes on to say it'll be also interesting to see how Rossington keeps to Harmer's bowling, but first we need a performance with the bat. Thank you, Elisatano Shrimper. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com on the emails if you want to get in contact with us today. I think it's happened previously when players have announced they're going to retire at the end of the season. They don't always necessarily play the next game. He's only 32 years of age as well, Adam Wheater, but deciding he'll step away from the pro game. Thompson in once again. Oh, and Wheater tries to take the bat out of the way of that and is a bit slow. Comes off the face of the bat, but one bounce into the hands of the man at second slip, who's Adam Lyth.
Yeah, Adam Lyth would like to take a catch, I think, as well. There's been 1 or 2 gone down at second slip this season, and anybody who's fielded there, you know that if you put a couple down and those doubts start to creep in, you might go a little bit too hard at the ball next time it comes your way. You might be a little bit more tense, and it makes the next chance that little bit more difficult.
Thompson in once again, and Wesley again playing straight back down the pitch, and the bowler fields on his follow through. It's almost split the strip we're looking at as well. It seems greener on the right hand side as we look at it as compared to the left hand side, and whether someone's not gone over it completely with the mower or what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'll just take my guard over this side of the strip, please, umpire Rob Bailey.
Thompson's at the end of his run. Very deliberate how he positions the ball in his hand as well before he turns and runs away from us, in and bowling to Wesley. That's the middle and leg, and Wesley tries to whip it through mid-wicket. Almost has a bit of a leading edge about it as it's fielded by the man at mid-on.
Yeah, I think it definitely had a leading edge about it, and on another day that could have just ballooned up in the air, gone back to the bowler, maybe gone to Milan, who's at mid-on, possibly to Kurna-Ratner. But you need that bit of luck, don't you? Top of the order, new ball, green seamer.
Essex certainly do at the moment. Here's Thompson into Wesley, fuller delivery, and Wesley just playing defensively off the inner part of the face of the bat, out to the onside, and there's another maiden. 3 gone this morning, and Essex are 0 for 1. This is really good stuff from Yorkshire.
Yep, good tight start. You wouldn't want to win the toss, stick the opposition in and throw a few loose ones in, and there hasn't been any of that this time. And I think if you're going to criticise Yorkshire early doors in the first 3 matches, then they've not used the new ball quite well enough. They've been a little bit too wide of off stump in particular, and then when they've tried to sort of make adjustments, it's maybe been a little bit too straight and been picked off through the leg side. So getting there with the radar, which is good to see, some improvement. And asking some questions. Sir Alistair Cook on strike, Patterson round the wicket to him. And the batsman, well, how many thousands of times would he have done that over the years here at Chelmsford and elsewhere in the world? Just drops it into the offside to Matthew Revis, fielding in the covers. Revis, who's been, I suppose you might say, a bit of a find so far this season, just in a couple of county championship matches for Yorkshire. Didn't play in the first one, but has played in the last 2 drawn games at Northamptonshire and up at Headingley against Kent last weekend. Patterson into Cook and Revis back into play again, this time a punch from the crease by Cook, and there's no run.
You would say Cook's not normally one who will, given all his experience, panic about being on naught or anything like that, but he did go for a very quick single in the previous match to get off the mark, which almost caught his partner unawares, and we've been waxing lyrical about his patience and the experience, and he won't take any risks here, and he just dropped it into the offside and went sprinting.
Always the way though, that, Glenn, isn't it? Patterson into Cook, who's leaving one wide of off stump. Yeah, I think I said something last week to the effect of it been such a long gap between wickets. Yorkshire were lacking in firepower, and it was something like 4:30, and thinking, oh well, you know, maybe by about 5:15 they'll be shaking hands on a draw here, and we'll all toddle off home a little bit early. And Jordan Thompson threw down the wicket of Grant Stewart, who'd been batting for, well, he got 90, batting for ages with a runner, threw down the wicket, and then the next 3 fell in 15 minutes, and then Yorkshire was set that total of 114 as Patterson's latest delivery is pushed beyond the grasp of the bowler. Root into play for the first time, Joe Root. He was looking quite chipper at breakfast this morning.
We do have the former and the current England Test captain playing today, don't we? Ben Stokes is lining up for Durham as well.
Yeah, it's something that you kind of used to be able to say in county cricket as a matter of course, that they'd be back to play for the county when there was no England match, but of course we kind of celebrate that even more these days when we've got players like this on display, and Cook showing that class there, just stepping into a delivery wide of off stump from Patterson. It's driven along the carpet to Revis once again. Certainly been well positioned in the covers, Matthew Revis, because he's been brought into play 3 or 4 times already from the bat of the great man. Patterson then from the Hayes close end once again, passes umpire Robinson once more. Cook this time just drops into the offside, and as Glenn was just alluding to, just looked like he had itchy feet for a moment, was thinking about calling Wesley through for the single, but in the end he gave Revis the respect he deserved in the field and decided to stay put. Essex remain none for the loss of 1 wicket after 4 overs.
Glenn Speller and Jonathan Doidge with you here at Chelmsford for Essex against Yorkshire. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra this morning, and they'll be dipping in and out, and I think they may be popping off to Worcestershire, Durham, and then a bit of IPL action a little bit later on in the day as well is the place to be for all your formats of cricket, as Thompson ready to start another over, running away from us. He's the man with the breakthrough so far this morning, and he's forcing Tom Wesley just to stand and play defensively upright from the crease, and there is no run. Dimit Karunaratne doing the tidying up, coming round from mid-wicket, and then leaves it to the man at mid-on, David Malan, who's working on the ball. Is he the shiner in the team, David Malan?
He's one of it. Just tends to be whoever's fielding in those positions, really. Steve Patterson does quite a bit of it.
Here's Thompson again on the drive this time, Wesley, but doesn't quite get all of it, and the previously mentioned David Malan comes across and tidies up. Well, he seems to be the Essex captain. Tom Wesley does the shining. He's the man who must have the dry cleaning account, because he comes off with a really deep red strip down the back of his right thigh. He seems to be the man who takes control of the ball shining duties.
Tough one, that, those red stains as well. You remember those Saturday nights from playing in league matches?
And the grass stain on the knees as well.
Yeah.
As Turnbull. Thompson is away from us and bowling, and that's driven again by Wesley, and a repeat performance from Milan. This time goes down on his knees to field.
Would they go straight in the speller washing machine, or would they be kind of stick it in a bucket of bleach or something first?
A little bit of stain removal, a little bit of powder just rubbed in, and then into the machine. Yeah.
Always successful, or did you occasionally come out with still a bit of green tinge to them?
You know how it works. Progressively, the stain doesn't come out. Here is Thompson. He's immaculate in his whites this morning, in and bowling, and Wesley just plays defensively back down the pitch. And again, there is no run. Essex are 0 for 1 in the 5th over here. Nick Brown out to the 3rd ball of the day, caught low down and very smartly at 3rd slip by George Hill. Off the bowling of Thompson. Set fair here at Chelmsford. Bit more cloud just coming in, but it's high cloud cover, so shouldn't think there'll be any problems today. And we've got a stiffish breeze blowing as well to get rid of any threat of rain. As in once again, and Wesley shouldering arms to that one and through to Duke once more. And this has been a tactic quite regularly at Chelmsford this season as well, whereby if you can't take wickets, you dry up the runs. I mean, the Northamptonshire match in particular, both sides and their run rate in a couple of their innings well below 2. And that's what Essex tried to do to Kent. They got a big first innings here, Essex against Kent, and got a couple of early Kent wickets, and then just couldn't make the breakthrough. Ben Compton batted so well, and they just dried up the runs just to make sure Kent couldn't get away. There's Thompson in again and pushed up to mid-on, and that is the 5th successive maiden over of the morning. 0 for 1 is the Essex score.
Just reminds me of a match that I once played in years ago, where the opposition didn't score a run off the bat in the first 10 overs, and I was opening the bowling, and the skipper said it became a competition between me and my fellow opening bowler as to who was going to concede the first run, and who went for 6 straight back over his head for the first runs off the bat in the match. Had to buy the rest of the team a beer afterwards.
I was going to say, was there a jug on it at the end? Was there, yeah.
10 overs, it was something like none for 2 off 10 overs, a couple of leg buys or something like that, and then 6 straight over my head. Thank you.
Here's a man who knows about maidens.
Yeah, it's the Yorkshire captain, Stephen Patterson, bowling to Alistair Cook, who's dropping this delivery into the leg side where Dimut Karunaratne does the fielding.
Cook with that very familiar sort of creep across his stumps, and very tight in defence. Everything's together, everything's in line. Seen it so many times over the years. 2-year contract he signed with Essex in the winter to continue playing for his county.
So here's Patterson again around the wicket and just tightens up the batsman, who pushes straight, route round to do the fielding. Good to see during the warm-up, as you mentioned, the 2 former England captains having a chat. Darren Gough was out there in the middle. Associations with both clubs, of course, as with Anthony McGrath. Patterson turns at the Hayes close end, then into Cook, who again, he's been given nothing to hit at all yet. He's just the once dropped it into the offside between point and cover and thought about a single. Last ball of Patterson's previous over. But even the best in the world, occasionally it's succumbed to a bit of pressure. And it's the best, I would say, unquestionably the best new ball spell from Yorkshire so far this season, from this pair working together. Patterson doing his bit at the moment. Cook drives again. It's a controlled drive along the deck. Revis feels though, and even though it didn't feel like the batsman had hit it that hard, he quickly wrung the left hand as he picked it up, so maybe didn't quite catch it right, the fielder.
I wonder if he's got one of those hand warmers as well, because he then quickly thrust the left hand into his pockets. Well, he's got one of those sort of gel-like hand warmers in there, which he thinks might help him out.
Patterson again, and this time Cook drops it into the leg side, and ironic cheers from the home support because Essex have their first run of the match, and we are nearly at the end of over number 6.
Yes, that was the 35th delivery of the morning, and Essex have their first run on the board. Scores elsewhere: Hampshire batting against Gloucestershire, 3-1. Lancashire, Warwickshire, it's two heavyweights, isn't it? Warwickshire batting there, 5-1, and Surrey up against Northamptonshire in Division 1, 11 without loss. I'll run you through Division 2 in a couple of moments' time, but Tom Wesley is coming down to face Steve Patterson for the first time this morning.
Patterson in, and Wesley steps into it and pushes out into the offside, where Jordan Thompson picks up the ball. End of the over then, so 1 for 1 after 6 overs. Jordan Thompson has 1 for none of 3 overs and 3 maidens, and Stephen Patterson, well, he'll be considering his own position in the team because he's gone for a run here from 3 overs.
I'm sure there are jokes all around. Division 2 then this morning, Glamorgan, Leicestershire. Leicestershire, a bit of a chastening experience last time out against Middlesex. They're 7 without loss. Sussex against Middlesex. Sussex with the Essex loanee Aaron Beard in their team again. Sussex are 11 without loss. And Worcestershire up against Durham, the match we mentioned earlier on. Ben Stokes lining up for Durham, and Durham are 17 without loss. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to email us, and you can tweet as well at BBC Essex Sport. Just remind us of the Yorkshire contacts as well again, Jonathan, please.
Yeah, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com and at Jonathan Doidge.
Here is Jordan Thompson in and bowling to Cook. Cook, a little jump in the air as he plays that defensively out to the offside for no run, and there's a Sri Lankan, Dimut Karunaratne, tidying up at cover. Still 3 slips in for Thompson, who's just feeling the back of his right thigh there. I don't think there's anything untoward. He's having a conversation as well with his captain Steve Patterson, sort of motioning where the ball's going, where it's leaving his hand, and where he's looking to sort of get it to go across the left-handed Alistair Cook. Well, he's in once again, and Cook on the drive, and that's a classic cover drive from the knighted Alistair Cook, and he picks up the first boundary of the morning, 5-1. I kind of get the feeling from the conversation between Thompson and Patterson that maybe it was just put it right up there and see what it does. Well, what it did was race away for 4 runs, 5-1.
Yeah, it was a bit half volley length, wasn't it? It's short boundary over there. Once it's past the infield, especially with the power with which he struck it, it was always going to be 4. Just think about this though, Jordan Thompson is of the age where he will have absolutely, you know, looked up to Sir Alistair Cook playing for England back in the day.
This next one's pushed out defensively to Karunaratne for no run, just pulling his length back there, Thompson.
So I don't know whether he's got to get that out of his head or not. He runs up to bowl to the great man. You're bowling the ball rather than bowling at the man, if you like. But you'd be only human, wouldn't you, if you've watched somebody play on television time after time after time when you're growing up and getting into your cricket, and then you've got a bowl at him.
There's Thompson in once again, and Cook just covering up defensively from the crease and pushes out where it's fielded a backward point for no addition to the score, 5-1. Morning to Stephen in Hockley on the emails, bbcscricket@gmail.com. Morning, gents, he says. Thanks for the commentary. With Root, Cook and Stokes all playing in this round, it made me wonder when 3 England captains, past and present, were playing. Of course, in the 80s and 90s, it wouldn't have been that unusual, but I can't think it could have happened for about 15 years, he said. More on that in a sec. Thompson this time is going to come around the wicket to Cook, and just straightening up, and Cook awkwardly comes across the line of the ball. It dribbles out into the offside, and they come through for a smartly taken single, and the score goes up to 6-1. Stephen goes on to say, I wonder if we've seen the last of Wheater in an Essex shirt. In his first spell with Essex, he looked to be an extremely handy middle order player and crisp striker of the ball. That, though, has fizzled out of late. Well, it looked like he was finding some form over the last game, Stephen, and I think we'll probably see him in the white ball stuff a little bit later on in the season. And speaking of ex-England captains playing in rounds of county cricket, more on that in a second, as Thompson over the wicket to the right-handed Tom Wesley, and Wesley whipping that one away through mid-wicket, and he'll pick up the second boundary of the morning, and indeed the second boundary of this over, and Essex go up to 10-1 at the end of the 7th over of the morning. Yorkshire having won the toss and asked Essex to bat here at Chelmsford. Of course, the fashion very much in the not too distant past for England captains is to pack it in captaining England and then retire from all forms of cricket, so we never see them back in county cricket.
Yeah, great to see a couple of them, former skippers in this one. Jordan Thompson just bowling pretty similar delivery, it looked, to both the left-handed Cook, who pushed it for a single, and then the right-handed Wesley, who therefore got it around about leg stump, and it was worked away. So we're seeing a left-hand, right-hand combination just causing a little bit of an issue for the bowler for the first time, as Patterson's in this time from the Hayes close end, and that is dropped into the offside by Sir Alistair Cook, and there is no run.
Simon's up in North Norfolk listening this morning. Says, having seen plenty of Ben Compton this season and able to give an impartial view, would you pick the above for the first test in view of England's opening problems? Loving the commentary. Says, PS, I'm hoping to make the journey down from North Norfolk to come and watch tomorrow.
Here's Patterson to Cook, solidly behind it, there's no run. Nick Briggs has emailed BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Morning, Jonathan. Would welcome your views on the bad light regulations which totally ruined 4 days of competitive cricket between Yorkshire and Kent last week. The laws of cricket state that play should cease if it's considered to be dangerous or unreasonable. In my view, it was neither. This nonsense of ceasing play when the floodlights take over is ridiculous. Little wonder that hardly anybody comes to watch county cricket, particularly the younger generation. Patterson to Cook. That's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. On the floodlight situation and all of that, yeah, I do take your point. That's frustrating. I have to say, and I genuinely mean this, that for me last week, having sat there for all 4 days, it was dark, and you did wonder when that cloud was over the top, would we see any more cricket, because it felt about as dark as it had been during the match. And although it was moving, there was just no appreciable wind to get rid of it very quickly. We're running out of time. Patterson into Cook, who drops it to Bess at point, fires it back into the gloves of Duke. There's no run. There was some suggestion last week by one of my commentary colleagues, I forget which one it was, that using a pink ball, trying to find some other way of continuing play, so bringing on some used pink balls at the point where it's too dark to use a red one. Maybe that's the next thing on the gauge, and you look at your light meter, say it's too dark to use a red ball here, let's try and use a pink one instead with the floodlights on to get a match completed, or this stage of play completed. Then we swap back, let's say, for example, if light improves beyond a certain measure on your meter, as Patterson's next delivery pushed into the offside by Cook. I didn't think that was a bad idea, as long as we're going to see some play. Yeah, incredibly frustrating, but as I said, Nick, when I spoke to Stephen Patterson after the game, while he was frustrated, he said, you know, these are the laws that we're governed by, and actually the light meter was reading appreciably worse at that point than it had been when they took an hour off on day one. Here is said Yorkshire captain bowling a full-length delivery this time to Cook, who pushes to Thompson at mid-on, and that is the end of the over. 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for one. Stephen Patterson, he said, craning his neck to see the massive scoreboard away to the left.
Just on the lights as well, we had the floodlights on here at Chelmsford as well for a period during the game against Northamptonshire, and you did just sort of see the ball doing a little bit more under the lights than it had been doing previously. So if conditions can change like that, if you start introducing pink balls and things like that, it will appreciably change things. But I think we're all looking for a solution, because it's almost a play on words, isn't it? It's the lights are there to augment conditions, but not take over from the natural light. It's quite subtle, the ruling, and whether they need to look at that in the very near future, we'll have to wait and see. Here's Jordan Thompson starting another over from this river end. He's in and bowling to Tom Wesley, who plays defensively out to the offside. Back to Simon's point about Ben Compton as well. Batted superbly here, but as proposed, possibly being called up for England, do you call up the men in form, or do you call up people with more experience? And let's not forget as well that Ben Compton is just at the moment trying to establish himself back in the county game, having had a couple of other clubs and not really got himself as a regular in the team. But he's certainly started very, very well. He batted so well this year. I think batted well against Yorkshire as well. There's Thompson at the end of his run, away from us, from our commentary position, in and bowling. Wesley edges, and that does just bounce just in front of second slip. It turns out to be a very good stop in the end, but Thompson again finding the edge, 10 for 1.
Yeah, and I mentioned Adam Lythe, 1 or 2 have hit the grass, and although no blame apportioned to him there, he'd just love to have got his hands underneath that and just get that confidence boost back in his slip catching, I'm sure. And he's saying to the other two, maybe we should step up a little bit.
Yeah, he's just sort of motioning to first slip. Look, maybe we should just come up. We had this in the previous game as well, where the cordon took a while to work that out. This next one's allowed to go through to Duke behind the stumps for no runs. We had that both for Essex and for Northamptonshire as well. That it took them a few overs to realise that, well, hang on a minute, guys, it's not coming through. That sometimes the odd one would fly through, but it's not coming through. We are going to need to stand up, and we saw 2 or 3 drop short before they thought we do need to stand up a bit closer.
I think the batsman didn't go at the ball hard either, so that the carry probably wouldn't have been as strong as normal. It was reasonably soft hands, wasn't he?
Thompson again's bowled so well this morning. In and bowling to Wesley, who
has been put down.
It seemed a very feathery edge, and it almost went in slow motion to first slip, who's gone away to his left-hand side and has put it down, just around about shoulder height, just below shoulder height.
Yeah.
It was certainly takeable. Yeah, he's gone away to his left-hand side and should have been catching that, and Essex have got away with it, 10 for 1.
Yeah, so Wesley dropped on 4. Genuine nick. Straight through to Harry Brook, who I think that might be the first he's put down, possibly won at Bristol in the first match off Harris Ralph.
So a life for the Essex captain as Thompson comes in again, and Wesley plays defensively out to the offside for no run, and he now has his hands on his head. Stood there at first. It was to his left rather than to his right, and
yep.
He might have been thinking, is the wicketkeeper going to come for that? But it was certainly his catch.
It was one you would have expected him to take. But, well, they're there and gone in a flash, and he didn't manage to snaffle it. Jordan Thompson, it just shows there, doesn't it, how much better he's bowling than in some of the matches so far. He's getting the edge.
And he's in again to Wesley. Oh, good carry with that one, but well wide of off stump, and Wesley can let that one go through once again. Good over from Jordan Thompson. Doesn't get the reward that perhaps he deserved from that. The Essex captain gets a life. They are 10 for 1 with 9 overs gone here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, and 5 Live Sports Extra. Had a very sunny but breezy Chelmsford this morning, playing all of the county championship games. And don't forget, whatever game you want to listen to, if you go to the BBC Sport website, go to the cricket pages, you can take your pick, which is actually quite good when the weather starts to turn. You can just click into another game and say, I wonder how Durham are getting on, or I wonder how Middlesex are doing, or Hampshire, and just check on your rivals and see how they're getting on too.
But you wouldn't want to leave this right now.
Absolutely
obviously.
not. No, obviously not. Not the way Yorkshire are bowling and the way Essex are having to scrap here to try to get a toe hold in it.
Yep, change of bowling. Stephen Patterson's taken himself off. Too expensive at the Hayes close end. And so Matthew Revis coming into the attack. And he'll be bowling similar to Jordan Thompson, to a player I'm sure he'll have idolised as a young player. So Alistair Cook, who's just helped one on its way down to fine leg, where the fielding was done by David Milan, and they get through for a single.
It just comes out from under the lip of the Tom Pearce stand away to our right hand side. You on commentary here, you do sort of have to gauge from the crowd's reaction as to whether there's a fielder down there or not, and from the ripple of applause you knew there was a man down there at long leg. There's a bit of a tennis ball leg side bouncer that from Revis for his first delivery.
Here he comes then, towards us again. Wesley on strike, right arm over the wicket, and that's a bit more like it from Matthew Revis.
Good carry as well.
Yeah, talked about him so far this season, or they do from within, as bowling a heavy ball. So he's been clocking around about 80, but it feels a little bit quicker than that by the sound of things on the bat. And because he is so tall, he's been getting a bit of extra kick off the pitch, but can bowl a good Yorker as well. We saw that particularly against Northamptonshire a couple of weeks ago. Here he comes in once more, short of length and off the back foot, just punched out to point where best fields there by Wesley. So 11 for the loss of 1 wicket. Wesley on 4. He's now faced 25, and Alistair Cook 29 deliveries he's faced out there for the 7 that he scored. Just a couple of boundaries so far, both off the bowling of Jordan Thompson, and he's the man who's taken the only wicket so far. 3rd ball of the match, Nick Brown. Short ball here from Revis and pulled by Wesley. Milan's down at long leg and will field, but they're going to take him on for the 2nd, and they get back quite comfortably in the end. So 2 more. 2 to Wesley. He's on to 6, 13 for the loss of that 1 wicket. A couple more bits of correspondence to catch up on. Andy says, morning, win the toss and bat first, so you don't have to face Harmer in the 4th innings on a worn pitch, question mark. I think you've got your answer. David Bates says, there was some rain yesterday afternoon. Yeah, it looked a little bit damp around the periphery when walking up to the commentary position. Revis in, wide of off stump and Wesley shoulders arms. David goes on, it may have freshened the pitch up a bit. If you get it right, it's usually a good pitch to bowl on. We'll be there tomorrow. David Bates, hopefully to see Joe Root bat, he says. Well, you've got a chance. I think you've got a chance. Andy Walker saying it looks a pretty green pitch and it could be fun. And Tim Atkinson, Essex v Yorkshire, the county of my birth versus the county of my upbringing. Divided loyalties, not a bit of it. As Revis finishes the over with another delivery wide of off stump and the batsman shoulders arms. Andy says, morning Jonathan and colleagues, this green pitch looks tasty, surely this match can't be a draw, or have I spoken too soon? Great to see Root and the great chef both playing. Have a good one. Luke, where do you get the used pink balls from? They're not used frequently, so if they have to be at similar age in overs, you're going to struggle. They also behave differently, unfair on the batsmen who've been used to play with a red ball all day. Well, there you go. There's a counter to that theory. You can have your say. At Jonathan Doidge, at BBC West Yorkshire Sport. Sorry, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or at BBC Essex Sport.
It's Jordan Thompson. Round the wicket to the left-handed Alistair Cook is in and bowling, and Cook just playing that one off his legs just behind square on the onside, and they'll pick up 2 runs. Again, slight hesitancy as they turn for the second. Always seems to be the man on strike who's calling through for the second run, and Essex move up to 15 for 1 here at Chelmsford.
Tim Atkinson says, why not simply use a pink ball throughout?
Because the games would probably be over in half a day in the early part of the season. Here's Turnbull at Thompson in and bowling to Cook, this time in front of square, and well, it's just a flick, it's no more than that. It should just be hauled in just inside the rope. It's a good diving stop there, and they'll come through for 3 runs, and Essex work up to 18 for 1. It was certainly nothing from Sir Alistair Cook other than a sweet piece of timing out to mid-wicket, and probably a few inches short of it going to the boundary. Good sprawling stop out there.
Yeah, his old pal Joe Root doing the fielding, bit of commitment there. He must have covered 60 metres from his starting position to get round. Certainly 50.
And now sprinting back into position as well as he comes up for the right-handed Tom Wesley. And Jordan Thompson very deliberately again just places that ball into his fingers, in and bowling to Wesley, who plays at that one, pulls the bat inside the line, but it already thudded into the gloves of Harry Duke before Wesley had done so. And the 2 batsmen just come down and do a little bit of gardening on the green strip.
Good morning to Lily, who is listening from her holiday in Suffolk, Yorkshire supporter. Good start with the 5 maidens. I think Jordan Thompson's bowling better than last week.
Now, I think we had Lily on quite a lot for the first game here of the season. I think she was listening in to us here at Essex. As this next one from Thompson has Wesley shouldering arms. Through it goes for no run. 18 for 1.
Isaac Cooper, expat Yorkshireman in Norwich, says, loving the commentary, just wondering if you think today's middle order with Root, Milan and Brook could all play together for Yorkshire this summer. I would say that's entirely possible.
It's not a bad middle order, to be fair.
I'm not sure if you call it a middle order though. 3, 4 and
Thompson in and bowling, and Wesley plays defensively back to him for no run.
Actually, it'll be interesting to see what order they go with here. George Hill has been batting at 3. Will he bat 6? Will they go Root 3, Milan 4, Brook 5, Milan 3, Root 4, Brook 5?
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Root has been batting 3 for England, so it's whether they think, well, he's going to carry on doing that this summer, and therefore let's put him in at 3 for this as well at the fall of the first wicket.
Or will they go Hill 3, Milan 4, Brook 5 and Route 6.
Here's Thompson in again, and Wesley again allowed to leave that one alone, well wide of off stump. End of the over. I just wonder whether they might give Jordan Thompson a bit of a blow after that. 11 overs gone. Essex are 18 for 1.
And I did speak to Otis Gibson at the end of last week's match and said to him, you can confirm that Joe Root's definitely playing at Chelmsford on Thursday, can't you? And he said, well, he's got to have a net first. So maybe he's got to come back in at 6 and prove himself.
I think there might have been a phone call from somewhere in London had maybe been serious about that. Got a first ball duck here, not that long ago, Joe Root, when Essex dismissed Yorkshire for 50 odd in their day of game. A game that Yorkshire went on to win, by the way. That was eventful.
So Matthew Revis continuing from the Hayes Close end, bowling to Sir Alistair Cook, who pushes to Root. And he fires it back over the top to Harry Duke, who was a buzz this morning. I joked with him that he was getting his steps in already. He was backwards and forwards from his seat to the buffet bar. Kept forgetting something, I think. Must have covered several pitch lengths by the time he'd finished whatever it was that he was eating. And Revis coming in again, right arm over. Cook is tucked slightly for room, straight was the delivery, pushed into the offside, no run. Clive Noel says, hi JD and team, I'm listening in from my sun lounger in Bahrain as I'm working during the night tonight. I live in Huddersfield, but I'm turning cargo aircraft around out here for a month or so. Keep up the good work, good to hear from you.
Wowzers.
Out there in Bahrain, Clive. Malcolm also has emailed in with regard to bad light. Back on that in a moment, because Revis is in and bowling to Cook once again, who shoulders arms through to Duke. Malcolm says, hi JD, I think the answer is more simple. Better floodlights. Surely it can't be beyond the technical ability of electricians to provide workable conditions. Your comments, question mark. You're asking me about things I've got no real knowledge of. I'm not a light expert. I'm certainly not an electrician. The fact that I once got shot across the room would back that one up. As Revis is in and Cook flicks it to Karuna Ratner at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Right on the mark here, Revis against Cook, who's as ever his normal patient self, has seen Nick Brown head back to pavilion after just the third ball of the day, and will not have wanted that to have prompted a rattle of wickets, which again has been Essex's issue this year. When one or two go down, you can bet your bottom dollar 3 and 4 follow pretty quickly.
Revis again, this one down the leg side. Cook does have a little bit of a flick at it, but misses out. Cliff Batt says, lived in Essex for my first 33 years and now in Yorkshire for the last 25. Always look out for the old country, but firm Yorkie now.
I wonder whereabouts in Essex he was. You want to come back and tell us whereabouts in Essex you were, where I can wax lyrical about whatever part of the county it was. Quite a few Essex expats come in from Spain and Turkey on a regular basis.
Revis again, straight and flicked wide of Patterson at mid-on. He's giving chase here, but Cook is going to get back for a comfortable 2. That takes him on to 14 and the score to 20 for 1. End of the over.
Yeah, and Essex just, there's only one gone down, but steadied the ship after losing that very, very early wicket of Nick Brown. These two have played within themselves and not looked to do anything expansive. Only a couple of balls have been up there to hit, and they've taken full toll of those with just the 2 boundaries of the day so far, but they'll be satisfied with what they've done. The run rate of 1.67, they won't be too concerned about that on the opening morning of a county championship match. There is going to be a change of bowling from this river end as well. Jordan Thompson, who's taken the only wicket to fall thus far, is being replaced. And the captain's going to have a go from the river end. Stephen Patterson is going to come on and bowl from here. So he'll be running away from us from our commentary position up on top of the stand.
Yeah, so no real respite for the skipper. Said he was feeling okay this morning.
And won the toss again. 20 for 1. Patterson. gentle approach, in and bowling to his opposite number, Wesley, and he bisects him between bat and pad. There's a strangled shout from wicketkeeper and first slip. Patterson just has the hands on the hips as he heads back to his bowling mark. No wicket for Essex, no wicket for Yorkshire, no damage done for Essex, 20 for 1.
Yeah, good delivery. It just looked like it nipped in slightly on him. That was enough to unsettle the batsman, but yeah, just caught him round the sort of pocket area, I think, thigh pad, something like that.
He did come back quite sharply as well. Wesley almost crab-like in the end playing it. As Patterson is in once again, and that's a full delivery outside off stump. Wesley leans forward and then leaves it alone. Through it goes for no addition to the score. Big slab of grey cloud just above us, but there's blue sky dotted around elsewhere, and very bright conditions that we have. A few people in sun hats I can see away to our right hand side, sunglasses as well. The members area in front of the pavilion at the county ground very well populated too, and the marquee a little bit further around, and a few people in the hospitality boxes as well. As Patterson is in and bowling full outside off stump, and Wesley again leaves that one alone, and there is no addition to the score. And then away to our left hand side in the public areas, very well populated too. We had really good crowds for the opening game against Kent, decent sized attendances against Northamptonshire as well, but this looks possibly like the biggest so far this season at the county ground. Yorkshire people, fans and members, have made the journey down as well, as Patterson is in and bowling to Tom Wesley. Full delivery, which Wesley just plays defensively up to mid-on, where the fielding's done by David Milan.
Dennis has emailed. Morning, gents. Great start by Yorkshire. Also great to see the Chelmsford ground again. I spent 4 years at college in the city in the late 60s. As a Yorkshire member who couldn't get to see his own side much, I used to go and watch Essex, particularly in the 40-over Sunday League matches of those days, which were always good fun. More to come in a moment about a sight screen, which you might be able to fill us in on the details of, Glenn.
Patterson in and bowling, and Wesley just angles that one behind square, and will pick up 4 runs down to long leg. Just helped it on its way, Tom Wesley, and Essex move up to 24 for 1.
So Dennis goes on, my abiding memory of the ground, however, has nothing to do with the game, but more to do with the most unusual sight screen, which, as I recall, was a black painted furniture van with holes cut in it for the various scores to be posted. Haven't seen it so far today on TV. Maybe it no longer exists, but it was quite an entertaining and unusual addition to any cricket ground. I believe it used to follow the team to various outgrounds.
Here's Patterson in again, and Wesley plays at that one. Doesn't get a touch on it, and that's the end of the over. 13 gone here. BBC Essex, BBC Radio leads in the Yorkshire stations, and 5 live sports extra, and Essex are 24 for 1. Yes, that's it. It was a big old removals lorry. It was painted black, and it acted as a scoreboard. And particularly in my younger years, when not living in Essex, and Colchester was the nearest ground I could get to, so we'd go and watch the festival at Colchester. Yes, it did used to travel around. It would go to Castle Park in Colchester, and then it would go down to South Church Park and latterly Garran Park in Southend when Essex played there. I don't think it went to Valentine's Park at Ilford, because I think they had a decent scoreboard down there. Yeah, but remember it well. I would surmise it's probably in a wrecker's yard somewhere right now.
Revis then to bowl to Cook at 24 for the loss of 1, and in comes the tall right armour, just fades one down the leg side, which again Cook is not totally averse to having a little go at. He's thinking maybe he gets a flick on one. Who knows, he might end up with a leg side strangle if he's not too careful. If Revis straightens that a little bit more, he'll be in that sort of territory. Receives the ball back from ball shiner Joe Root, just in shade at the moment now, the county ground here at Essex. That's a full length delivery on leg stump, turned backward of square by Cook. Karuna Ratner giving chase and pulling it in about a yard short of the rope, and they get through for 2. Cook on to 16, and it's 26 for 1.
16 from 39 deliveries for the former England captain. Wesley 10 from 38, so they've played patiently and played nicely, but Wesley with that one life dropped at first slip.
And Revis has changed the angle of attack round the wicket, but Goes too wide of off stump to tempt the batsman into playing. Cliff, by the way, has responded to your request as to where in Essex, saying Upminster.
Oh, yeah. On one of the main lines, Upminster. Always very handy if you're commuting into London.
Yorkshire lad's asking the question on his day trip to Halifax: how many sirs have played first-class cricket whilst being a sir? Here's Revis, driven by Cook, but no further than Thompson, who's in the covers. And my answer to that is I don't know.
No, we did have this when he was initially knighted, and someone did send us a list. If that person happens to be listening, bbcscricket@gmail.com. Otherwise, that's going to take a fair bit of research. It's not an exhaustive list, and as you can probably well imagine, many who did were quite a few years ago now.
Revis to Cook, driven back down the ground. Now then, Revis stuck his left hand out at that one. Not quite sure how close he was or otherwise. It's gone slightly to the onside of straight, and Revis bowling from to the side of the stumps round the wicket. And Cook picks up 4 runs at the Hayes close end.
Yeah, I don't think he was too close to it. It was in the air, but I don't think he was too close to it. Yeah, it's well away from him, and it's just literally flicking a hand out, and he wasn't very close to it whatsoever. But nevertheless, it was in the air.
So maybe just a little bit of something for Revis to work with. He's coming in again, and that's just short of length. Cook flicks at it. It's ballooned up in the air. No ball. Calls umpire Tim Robinson. So 2 more to the total.
Hampshire 30 for 1 against Gloucestershire, having lost an early wicket. Warwickshire 29 for 1 batting at Lancashire. And slow going at the Oval again for Surrey, who have scored slowly this season. 21 without loss against Northamptonshire.
Yeah, run's not the easiest to come by here either. Essex having been put into bat by Stephen Patterson on winning the toss. Last ball of the over, dropped into the leg side where Karuna Ratner fields. And so at the end of the 14th, Essex are 32 for 1 with Wesley on 10 and Cook on 20. That 1 wicket to have fallen. Nick Brown, 3rd ball of the match, caught by George Hill at 3rd slip off the bowling of Jordan Thompson without scoring.
So you've already picked up one of the nuances here at Chelmsford, Jonathan, in that you don't look at the scoreboard over to the right hand side, because it's always 1 ball behind here. Just one of the little foibles that they have here. So you always look at the big one away to our left hand side. You have to crane your neck around, but it has all the information up there. But yeah, that one's always 1 ball behind. The Yorkshire skipper Steve Patterson's going to continue from this river end. It's just darkened slightly. The sun's just disappeared. I was going to say it's disappeared behind the cloud, but the cloud's gone over the front of the sun.
The pedants are out in force.
Patterson, right arm over, 3 slips still in and bowling to Wesley. Plays defensively from the crease, and David Milan comes in from mid-on and tidies up. And there's no run. 32 for 1. It's quite long when you say, "Oh, it's the longest day of the year." No, it's not the longest. It's still 24 hours. It's the longest. It's the daylight. Yes. Division 2, Leicestershire 28 without loss down in Wales against Glamorgan. Sussex 29 for 1 against Middlesex, and Durham have reached 38 without loss against Worcestershire. Follow it all on the BBC Sport website on the cricket pages, as Patterson is in once again and Wesley plays defensively out to the offside this time. And no run again. 32 for 1 is the Essex score.
Sir Richard Hadley, says Richard Levin, with regard to the knighted players question. And he also says, P.S. why is Root not at 1st slip?
He's not the captain.
That does as that's told in this team, though.
Yeah, he's one of the foot soldiers. Yeah. As Patterson turns and he's in, and Wesley shoulders arms, goes through, just dies a little bit, and Duke takes it around about knee height, and there's no run once again. 32 for 1. Stephen says, I seem to recall the Kookaburra pink ball moved very little when it was used in Division 1 games in 2017 and 18, and the Duke went around corners when it was used in Division 2. Cook has an incredibly high pink ball average, a huge partnership with Brown against Middlesex in 2017, a 90 against Somerset in 2018, and lots of runs in pink ball tests, he says. Patterson in once again. Oh, and Wesley gets an outside edge to that one. It's all the way along the ground, and it's gone through the legs this time of Adam Lythe at second slip, and they come back for a couple of runs, and they move on to 34 for 1. So it depends which maker's pink ball you're using as well, it would appear. As it, and indeed it does with the red one, doesn't it, depending on how sort of pronounced the seam is on the respective red balls that they use around the world.
Yeah, sure.
Stephen also goes on to say, says, as an aside, I lived in Pudsey for a few years in the mid-90s. I used to watch Pudsey Kongs, then captained by Phil Carrick. More on that in a second as Patterson turns away from us and is in and bowling to Wesley. And Wesley this time into the onside, uppishly. And drops behind square, and they come through for a single, and it's 35 for 1. He says, with Middlebrook, Gavin Hamilton and Hoggard featuring, up the hill McGrath was playing for Pudsey St Lawrence, and around the ring road Ray Illingworth was heavily involved at Farsley. He got Graham Roop, who was teaching at Ampleforth, to play a few games. Great memories of Roop batting against Carrick one afternoon. The last time I saw the mobile scoreboard, he says, it was part of Castle Park, and it did go to Ilford. Thank you, Stephen. My memory seems to have played tricks on me as to whether it went to Valentine's Park or not, but apparently it did. Good memories of Pudsey as well. Some great names there. Patterson round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, and Cook just plays defensively, and there's no run, and that is the end of the over. 35 for 1.
Probably better mention this then, as I'll be in trouble at home if I don't, but my brother followed Phil Carrick in as the captain of Pudsey Kongs. In fact, it was Phil Carrick who got him to go and play there eventually. I think he might have taken a bit of persuasion.
So I'm guessing, was there a big rivalry between Pudsey Kongs and Pudsey St Lawrence, or indeed is there a big rivalry?
Yeah, there still is. Yeah. Huge. The big local derby when growing up there was Pudsey St Lawrence against Farsley before Pudsey Kongs entered the league, because they were in the Leeds League for quite some time. But yeah, both games big. In fact, it was the Pudsey Farsley derby last week. And speaking of Farsley, Matthew Revis is running in to bowl here to Tom Wesley. Right arm over the wicket, a little bit of kick off the pitch, dropped into the leg side, and in comes Joe Root to fire it into the gloves of Harry Duke, just to keep moving. It's not cold, but it's certainly appreciably cooler at the moment than when the sun was out earlier on. A little video before the play started, it felt like it was going to be about the warmest day of the season. There was a good one at Headingley last week, but most of it so far has been just that spring feeling. Quite nice in the sun, but once there's a bit of breeze, still a little bit on the chilly side as Wesley drives positively just to the onside of straight, and a tumbling stop from the former England captain at mid-on does the job and stops the runs. 3 slips in place to the right-hander, still Dominic Bess at point, Karuna Ratner at cover, Patterson now shining the ball at mid-off, Root mid-on, Thompson mid-wicket, and then a big gap between he and Milan, who's about 10-15 in from the boundary at long leg. Nice drive this time from Wesley, who kind of walks into the shot there, and they're going to get through for 2 through extra cover. Revis not quite yet finding the range, just offering the batsman 1 or 2 that have been picked off here. He's gone for 15 so far in 3.5 overs, and he has the ball back in hand once again. Coming in past umpire Robinson, tall, reaches high with that front arm and pushed up to mid-off, this time by Wesley, and Patterson does the fielding at mid-off and immediately takes a few beads of sweat off the brow, applies it to the ball, trying to get some swing out there. There's not actually been, and I'm not sitting straight on here, I'm behind Harry Brook as it were. Got a great line on first slip from the batsman, so not that easy, but certainly hasn't looked any prodigious swing so far this morning, as this next delivery is full and worked to leg by Wesley, and there's no run. Not particularly, there is evidence of some breeze, I think, Glenn. We can see 1 or 2 of the branches blowing on the trees at the Hayes close end, but not strong. Although, I'm saying that, the flag way out in the far left hand corner is blowing, going on for horizontal. Revis in, good delivery. This one does leave Wesley. Plays the original line just inside where it went past him. And that completes the over then. So Revis 4 overs for 15. Wesley on 15, Cook on 20. And after 16 overs completed now in exactly an hour's play, having lost a wicket, third ball of the match, Essex are 37 for 1.
Yeah, and they've done a good rebuilding job here. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra as well. Andrew says, a little quiz question. 2 Essex cricketers have been knighted since the war. Alistair Cook is one. Who is the other? And we had all this when it initially happened, and my memory has gone blank. Colin says, the Black Lorry scoreboard did go to Valentine's Park. I remember it well as Patterson comes in bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, who works that one down to long leg, and they come through for a single. 38 for 1. Thank you, Colin, for getting in contact this morning I should say. Michael on the emails says, afternoon from Tarragona region on the Ebro, he says. Well, Tarragona, isn't that near Barcelona, I think?
Yeah, Wakefield, I think, isn't it?
I remember the Black Lorry at Leighton and the long brick wall along Leighton High Road, he says. Regarding light problems, 2 of the formats of cricket use a white ball, so why not have all 3 formats use a white ball and just get a bit more seam on it? So you've done there, Michael. Too simplistic. Can't do that in cricket. Too simplistic. The traditionalists won't like it, because then players can't wear white clothing, surely.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Just a stoppage here. One of the batsmen, I think Tom Wesley, calling for something from the changing rooms. We'll see. Meanwhile, Tim has tweeted, Joe Root and doing as that's told, as I was jokingly suggesting, remembers seeing Michael Vaughan fielding at third man at both ends at Scarborough a couple of weeks after resigning the England captaincy, and Atherton making Gooch, his predecessor, field at silly mid-on.
Yep, sounds about right. Was it Nasser saying that Andrew Strauss just retired from cricket straight away, didn't they? And didn't play any further. Chris on the email says, although living in South Wales, I was born and bred in Ilford and never missed the cricket week there. Always fascinated by that travelling scoreboard. Yes, it was at Ilford and was used along with Ilford Cricket Club's board as well, which is what I remember. Can Essex break the first innings curse, says Chris. It costs so many batting bonus points. It could make the difference between winning the championship or even staying up. As Patterson is in and bowling to Wesley. They've got a short leg in now for Wesley, and he just stands tall in the crease and plays defensively for no run. Angus from Mersey Island but stuck in Manchester says, morning gents, the issue with the lights is that planning permission doesn't allow for a certain temporal usage of the floodlights as it becomes intrusive to the residents. It's a planning matter. The simple solution, start at 10:30 a.m. just to make it even harder for the batsman. As Patterson comes into Wesley, and Wesley again covers up defensively, and no run once more. 38 for 1, the Essex score. Ian says, I attended the recent fixture against Northamptonshire. Somewhat annoyingly, the scoreboard at the river end shows neither the score or the last man out or how he was dismissed. Enjoying the commentary, he says. And yet, Ian, that's the one we rely on as opposed to the one over on the right-hand side, which is always a ball or 2 balls behind. We did have a case in the opening game of the season here, by the way, where the main scoreboard was going backwards at one point, which is a neat trick if you can do it. Patterson in, Wesley shoulders arms. That one comes back. And there's an arm in the air from Patterson, but I think he did most of the movement after he had gone past the Essex captain's stumps.
Cloughie, Simon Clough says, morning Jonathan. I'm always rooting for a Yorkshire victory, as you know, but I fear there may be a bit of sour grapes on display about this. I wasn't at Headingley on Sunday, so I don't know how dark it was, but the rules are the rules. Whatever the chances of a result, and the umpires are in charge of making the decision, which is all about player safety at the end of the day. More to come.
This next one from Patterson as Wesley just playing defensively back to the Yorkshire captain, no run.
If the 4th innings had been allowed to start and Kent had skittled out the top 5 Yorkshire batters for not very many, I suspect most of those currently crying foul would have been very pleased to see the teams dragged off for bad light. I dare say, Cloughie. Yeah, and player safety it is, and you know, in these days of where there's blame, there's a claim and all that sort of thing, if somebody does get their face rearranged by delivery in light that's worse than they'd already been taken off in, who's liable?
Patterson in, and it's angled on middle and leg and just pushed up to mid-on by Wesley for no run. End of the over, 38 for 1.
It's probably an angle we don't really consider too much, but I know, in sort of league matches, I've heard that before, where umpires say, no, if you get whacked here, somebody's going to be coming after me, that type of feeling. So I'm not sure what this, the situation in professional cricket, county cricket would be in that regard, but it's something else to consider possibly.
Say playing lowly club cricket level as I used to, when it got later on in the day, it was as a fielder I struggled most. You had the sight screens at either end, but either side of the ground there'd invariably be trees, and you just wouldn't see the ball come out after a certain point in time. And I'm sure that's the case for the players in county cricket as well. When it gets darker and it's coming out from crowd scenes.
Did you play in those sort of games like I played in, where the umpire needed to get the 6:30 bus, so there'd be a few LBWs about 5:45?
Yeah. You knew how it went. You knew which way the flow was going. If you don't get these in the next half an hour.
Yeah. Here's George Hill bowling to Sir Alistair Cook, who treats him with respect. First up with a drop into the offside. He got a wicket with his first ball of the season, George Hill, at Northampton the other week. Wasn't used in the opening match at Bristol. But the golden arm didn't work on this occasion, but he has picked up the odd wicket. Does swing the ball, so if there is anything in the air, you might see a bit of that from George, who is bowling round the wicket. Comes in past umpire Robinson once again, just gives Cook a little bit of room to free the arms, just short of length, and he cuts it nicely. It's a shot he's always played so well, isn't it? But Don Bess is right in the line of fire at point to do the fielding.
Yeah, Cook really opened up the shoulders there, didn't he? I think his eyes lit up, but he's picked out the only man he could from that sort of shot on the offside.
As he's back towards Alistair Cook's slightly open stance, and in comes Hill again. Now good delivery from Hill, because this squares up Cook, who gets a leading edge on it. He's been out there for an hour. 49 deliveries he's now faced for his 21. George Hill would be nowhere near the quickest bowler he's faced, but doesn't matter too much, does it, if you can do something with it, and he clearly did a little bit with that. And that's all it needs sometimes, just that little bit. Here is Hill once again, wide on the crease, short, pulled by Cook, and that was 4 from the moment it left the bat. He stood still, and there is a fielder down there, but just the way he looked at it was that he knew it was going to cross the boundary. So Hill goes for his first 4 ball, and he's gone for 4 off as many deliveries. Cook on to 25 in the total. Essex 42 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, that was kind of asking for it from Cook on that occasion. He had one in the previous over like that as well. He helped round the corner, picked out the man at long leg, but he gets full toll that one.
Hill driven by Cook, beautiful drive this time through extra cover, splits the gap. Revis giving chase and will just pull it in. They're going to get just a 2 for it in the end. Maybe it was a moment of stand and admire from Cook, but it is a relatively small ground, isn't it? So I'm not sure in terms of threes here, Glenn, but you can't imagine there are loads of them.
No, but Cook was jogging, wasn't he, and actually wasn't going to run at all, and then suddenly spotted it was just holding up just as it trickled down the slope there towards the Hayes Close end, and there should have been an easy 3 there. If they'd have run the 3, they might have got a 4 as well, with the fielder sliding and having to pick himself back up again, but possibly missed out on a couple of runs there. It was a nicely struck shot, and he probably was expecting to pick up 4. Good chase from the fielder, not giving that up.
Now change in the field, and Hill is in again. And Cook this time shouldering arms to delivery just wide of off stump. Depressed as ever, says the other Essex Sir. Was born in Ashton under, I think it's under Lyne, isn't it, rather than under Lyme. Sir Jeff Hurst. Who's he? Never heard of him.
No.
And Marty says Don Summersgill on the 6:23 from the Fleece, referring to a local umpire back up there in Leeds.
Isn't the apocryphal story about Sir Don Bradman as well? As a youngster, in one of his first games, he was knocking the fielding all over the shop, and they all wanted to get off for a beer, so the umpire caught him out. goes the story. Whether that's entirely true, I'm not entirely sure. It's a good story. It's one you'd like to be true. Patterson's going to continue from the river end. Sunshine's back here at Chelmsford. Well, floodlights away to our left is casting a bit of a shadow across the field, because that's where the grey cloud is. And Patterson is in. A backward short leg in for Wesley here, and Wesley whipping that one behind square and away towards the backward square boundary, and they'll pick up a couple of runs, a few oohs and ahs as well, because Yorkshire had stationed that man at backward short leg, and I don't think it was a million miles away from him. It would have been a great catch had it gone towards him, because it was travelling, but they will feel vindicated with that field placing. 46 for 1.
Yeah, Cluffy says dead right, JD, re our litigation culture, and he's got a point to make which involves rugby league here.
Patterson in and bowling, and Wesley with an on drive, but stopped at mid-on by Milan for no run.
So he goes on, I follow rugby league very closely, and the steps currently being taken and under consideration, for example head injuries in contact sports, probably give us a clue as to how seriously the ECB needs to take the safety of players in English weather conditions. Yeah.
It's all very well being wise after the event, as here comes Patterson. 46 for 1, Essex in and bowling. Oh, and Wesley again, inner part of the bat in the air, and it goes down to the long leg boundary for 4 runs. This is good bowling from Patterson, bowling to his field, having stationed that man at backward short leg, and that will be no doubt in Wesley's mind. What it does though, that boundary, is bring up the 50 for Essex. 50 for 1 in the 19th over.
Yeah, they've been patient since losing that wicket so early on. Yorkshire bowled very well in that first initial 5-6 over burst, but they've worked their way into it and have earned it.
Here's Patterson in. 3 slips, go crouching down, and Wesley into the onside, and Dimut Karunaratne tidies up at mid-wicket, and there is no runner. George from Argyll, formerly of Prittlewell, morning to you, afternoon to you, George, says, is it possibly why Joe Root isn't fielding at slip? I directed from above. Don't want him to pick up a finger injury, mainly, maybe. He says, great commentary. The ground's looking lovely today, he says.
Not forgetting, of course, the dropped catch. Wesley dropped on 4 by Harry Brook at first slip off Jordan Thompson.
Patterson is bowling to the aforementioned Wesley, and Wesley again manoeuvring that one down the leg side. He's got something on it, and it's a thigh pad, so they come through for the leg by. 51 for 1. All change as the left-handed Alistair Cook comes down onto strike.
Listening to coverage of Essex versus Yorkshire with Glenn Speller, myself, Jonathan Doidge, and a lovely money spider I've got in hand here as well, hoping to keep that on me for the rest of the 4 days. Might go back to Yorkshire with a few quid.
I'm surprised. I did flick a duster around because I knew you were coming, but I'm surprised that's in here, to be honest.
You flicked a duster around. Don't apply for it. Stick to this job. Don't apply for a job as a cleaner, I think, Mr. Speller.
Here's Patterson round the wicket this time to Cook. Full delivery, and Cook... Oh, sorry if you lost us for a couple of moments there. You didn't miss anything. What you have missed is the end of that over from Steve Patterson, and Essex on the same score as when you left us. 52 for 1.
Yeah, the Gremlins. So it's going to be George Hill to continue from the Hayes close end. He's bowling to Cook, who retakes his guard. Still a ring field. Yorkshire, as you'd expect, having won the toss and taken an early wicket, still on the attack, although, wouldn't you know it, at that very moment, a third slip, who had been Joe Root there. He'd been brought into the cordon. In fact, I think he was there for George Hill's last over, actually, from memory. He's now been taken out into a short extra cover where Cook, of course, drove Hill in the previous over for 2. He's just clipped one off the legs, has he? No, he hasn't clipped it. It's just off the thigh pad for a leg bye. So Wesley back on strike. The field will change for the right-hander. You would think with the green tinge on the pitch and a bit of cloud cover. That conditions favouring the ball today, but Yorkshire have not been able to ram home that early advantage. There's been, as I say, some disciplined play from the two batsmen, because there were plenty of deliveries early on in particular that were asking them to play. Here's Hill then switching to over the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, number 21 on his back, the Essex captain. Drops it into the path of the former England captain, Joe Root, who's running around from that position he's in. He's stayed in the same spot for the right-hander as he was for the left, so he's now in a short, straight mid-wicket. He'd be the better part of 20 metres from the bat, maybe 16, something like that. And Hill's in again, and Root once again just jogging out of his position to go and pick that up as it was going on its way towards mid-on.
Yeah, Ken on the emails are on that, on the question of inserting teams. Says, I'm still not convinced what appears to be fashionable of inserting the opposing team after winning the toss. I'm sure it's more common than it used to be, although I don't know the stats. Or what is the old adage? You win the toss, you talk to your coach, you talk to your team, you have a look at the weather conditions, and then you bat first.
Hill into Wesley, nicely flicked as well, timed that really well, but Jordan Thompson spot on in position, about 5 in front of square on the leg side on the 1, and just rolls to his right to do the fielding.
Ken also says the mobile scoreboard was certainly used at Ilford, and if I'm right, that's where it finished its days there. I remember it disappearing in a cloud of black smoke. Now, I can't remember which game was on at the time. George Giddins was the driver for a long time of that scoreboard.
Hill again, and Wesley shouldering arms. Who was the driver, sorry?
George Giddins. He was the driver of the scoreboard. Yeah, you knew when he was starting up at Castle Park at Colchester, there'd be this rumble, and then the smoke would start to billow out. And if you got stuck behind it on the A12, you were in trouble, I can tell you, because you're going to be there for quite a while.
Here comes Hill then. Arms pumping, and he's in. It's a good length ball, nicely played by Wesley, flicked to the left of Jordan Thompson at mid-wicket. He's giving chase. They've got back for a comfortable 2, and they will make that into an equally comfortable 3. So end of the over. Wesley moving on to 24, and Essex 56 for the loss of 1 wicket from 20 overs so far.
And Stephen's back on. He says, carrying on with the mobile scoreboard theme, when I first watched Essex, my first attendance was against Yorkshire in the August of 1972. The scoreboard was in the far corner from your position in the river stand in County Corner. In that match, says Stephen, Boycott set a target and Fletcher scored a brilliant 139 not out, backed up by Keith Boyce and Keith Pont with rapid contributions to take Essex to a thrilling victory. I can remember Fletcher hitting Cope for 6 into the scoreboard. I was hooked and have been coming back ever since. Sadly, I don't think I can make this game in person, but grateful for the coverage. Well, thanks for listening in, Stephen, and thanks for your contributions as well. bbcscricket@gmail.com and at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, one of the ways you can get in contact with us. And we're going to have a change of bowling at the River End, and we're going to see spin for the first time today at just approaching 12:20. Dom Bess is coming on.
Yeah, very early in the piece, isn't it, after just 20 overs of play. See what the former Somerset man can produce. He's talked to us a couple of times already this season. Difficult, obviously, on these sort of pitches for your off-spinner to have a massive effect. And he's talked about the role that he can play to help out the seamers, really, to bowl dry at one end, even if he's not taking lots of wickets, to enable them to have a breather before they come back on and to hopefully do some more damage.
Well, he's in, bowling with 1 slip and well wide of Tom Wesley's off stump, and goes through to Duke, who's got the helmet on because he's standing up to Dom Bess. There's no run, 56 for 1. Elsewhere, Hampshire 51 for 1 against Gloucestershire now. Warwickshire have lost another, 50 for 2 against Lancashire, and Surrey still crawling a bit at 31 for 1 against Northamptonshire at the Oval. Northants won the toss and put Surrey in there. Here's Bess in and bowling to Wesley. Wesley working that one off the back foot, but it's stopped by the man at short mid-wicket, who is Harry Brook, and there's no run. working feverishly on the ball as well. His best to keep it nice for the seamers. Red soles to his bowling boots. Don Bess is in now, gives that one quite a tweak, you can see from the action, and it's just pushed defensively back down the pitch for no run. Division 2, Leicestershire are 42 without loss against Glamorgan. Sussex 56 for 1 playing Middlesex, and Durham 56 for 1 as well down there at New Road against Worcestershire. That's Bess ready once again. Tom Wesley, who was dropped on 4 this morning, receiving that one, tries to cut and gets an edge and has gone. And Tom Wesley, dropped on 4, has gone for 24. Bess gets his reward. It was a ball which Wesley thought he could cut away, and he's got the thinnest of edges through to Duke, and Yorkshire have their second breakthrough, 56 for 2.
Yeah, would you believe it? 21st over of a 4-day match on a green seamer, and your off spinner comes on and does what a couple of your seamers have been unable to do. And Wesley, well, he's going to be disappointed with that, isn't he? 68 balls he faced for that 24, but a little bit of a rash shot, I think you'd say, in the first over of off spin in the match, and Bess gets the breakthrough. Well, he'll be delighted with that. I'm sure he wouldn't have been expecting to be in and among so early, or would he? He's a confident sort of a chap. He might have been backing himself to pick one up in that first over.
And Wesley will be very, very disappointed as well, because he got himself in, he got himself to 24, and it's the thinnest of edges that's gone through. Good take by Duke as well, standing up, and that brings Paul Walter to the crease for Essex, reintroduced to the team for the game against Northamptonshire, and battled so well for his 93 in that second innings. A very watchful innings it was. A couple of times now for Essex he's got into the 90s, but is still waiting for his maiden first class century. Stands at I was going to say well over 6 foot, but he's well over 6'5" as well, Paul Walter. He's around about 6'9", which is why the bat looks like a twig in his hands.
6'9". That is ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a giant of a man. As I was mentioning in the last game, he came to Essex as a bowling all-rounder and has turned himself into a batsman who bowls very, very occasionally, but he's a very useful operator with the ball as well, bowling his left arm over, but isn't used a great deal these days. He's ready, just doing a little bit of gardening as Alistair Cook comes down to exchange a couple of words with him as well. We're in the 21st over. We're at what? Just after 20 past 12, approaching 25 past 12 on this Thursday morning. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, BBC 5 Live Sports Extra with you. Glenn Speller, Jonathan Doidge and Don Toplin will be joining us a little bit later on in the programme. As Bess is now ready to bowl to Paul Walter. They're just bringing in a forward short leg for Bess. He comes round the wicket into Walter, who plays defensively, rolls up the pad, dribbles out to the offside, and there is no run. .56 for 2 is the Yorkshire score.
Here's Bess then. Walter just propping forward, ball drops out into the offside.
No run, end of the over, and we are 56 for 2 with Essex against Yorkshire.
So a good start from Bess, who bowls a wicket maiden to start off his match. And as Glenn mentioned, congrats there to Harry Duke. 1 or 2 have gone down this year. There's been a few messages coming in from people about the keeping. And when we've spoken to Otis Gibson on the record, he said, look, you know, people make mistakes. He's learning the game. Particularly when faced with Harris Ralph at one end, which obviously is not the case in this match. He's got to get used to that. That's something you're just not going to get when you're learning the game, is it? Somebody can bowl at 90, as Hill's first delivery of the over to Cook is wide of off stump. So every little helps, and to have safely snaffled that little top edge, I'm sure We'll have him bouncing, and it doesn't take much, does it, with Harry Duke? He's a bouncy sort of a character anyway. Hill round the wicket, Cook drives to the onside of straight, and Patterson is round from mid-on to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Apologies, you may have lost our coverage online for a few moments, but we should be back with you now. Steve in Istanbul says great commentary as ever. Some living on the edge batting from some highly average bowling from Yorkshire. I think the Yorkshire bowling was excellent, particularly in the first half an hour, 45 minutes this morning.
Here's Hill again with an open face. Cook runs it down through third man. There is nobody there, so Bess having to give chase. And good commitment with the chase as well from Bess, keeps them to 1.
Steve goes on to say, re-cricketing nights, you were right, we did mention this quite a lot 2 years ago. Apart from Sir Richard Hadley, who received the knighthood in the June and played his last test and no more first-class cricket in the same July, so he hadn't even received the award, whereas our Master Chef is the only other cricketing playing knight who's still breaking the record for longevity. Long may he reign, says Steve, looking for another first-class 100 for Sir Alistair. It would be his 70th. I think it might be his 71st. I need to check back on that.
He waits. High backlift, Hill bowling. Good delivery, and there's a stifled appeal for LBW. And Walter just doing a little bit of gardening. He's unbelievably tall, isn't it? 6'9". Dwarfs the stumps behind him. It's like Dad playing on the beach with son with those little plastic stumps behind you. And he waits again with this particularly high backlift. Steps into this one and cracks it away nicely into the covers, but apprehended by Joe Root, who's only 15 or so from the bat.
Andy on the emails says, after last week's Yorkshire-Kent debacle and the mention of litigation culture, isn't the simple solution, if the lights have to come on in a county championship game and the umpires dictate it's still too poor for the red ball, just chuck them a white one and get on with it? After all, we have several white ball formats now. This next one's pushed defensively for no run, including the latest effort to get fans back, namely the 100. I'd rather watch an hour of county cricket in the gloom with a white ball than 5 minutes of the 100, says Andy.
And Nick Briggs says, hi Jonathan, heard you mention Pudsey St Lawrence earlier. I'm due to play for the Silver Tykes in the Grey Fox Trophy against Pudsey on the 15th of May. Rumour has it they'll be fielding a team that includes Simon Doull and one other ex-New Zealand Test player. In view of your links to Pudsey, have you any idea who this other player could be? Well, it could be me, Nick. I got a text last week asking me if I'd play in that game, but I'm not an ex-New Zealand Test player, so I'm not sure who. Maybe Chris Pringle, who played at the club. Maybe Mark Greybatch, who played at the club. Not sure, but yeah, I did get a message actually last week saying could I play. I said, well, it's the 4th day of a match at Headingley, so I'd be available if the match was wrapped up in 3.
Don Bess, to continue from the River End, removed the Essex captain Tom Wesley in his previous over. He's in and bowling to the former England captain Alistair Cook, and down the leg side, and Cook attempts to just help it on his way, gets nothing on it. Nicely taken by Duke, who whips the bails off just for a little bit of showmanship. Adrian says, enjoying the commentary in the live stream. As a Leighton resident, I've just run past the beautiful old Leighton Cricket Club Pavilion, which sadly is in a bleak state, he says. More on that in a second. Bess is in once again, leading edge from Cook. Down the pitch for no run. He says it's in a bleak state with a large to let sign on the main road. Such a shame to see it all go to rot, but hoping some enthusiastic rich cricket fan takes residency to bring it back to life. Fingers crossed, Aid. Thanks for getting in touch. Another former Essex grounder, Leighton, as Bess is in once again, pushed out to the onside for no run. And George says, I think the lorry, the scoreboard, was in Southchurch Park in 1955 for Essex against Yorkshire. Perhaps another aged listener can confirm this. The scorer used to stay at my aunt's in Kensington Road, and I was lucky enough to get up into the lorry. Fred Truman did appalling damage before lunch. Look it up, says George. Bess is in once again and pushed out defensively to the onside for no run yet again. He got around that scoreboard.
I wonder if Fred couldn't understand the scoreboard at all.
57 for 2, Essex here. in. And Cook plays defensively back to the bowler for no run. And wraps the ball in the bottom of his shirt there, Bess, and gives it a wipe. Shirt outside his trousers. And is around the wicket once again. Still with that one slip in, and Cook repeats the shot, plays defensively, no run. Good over from Bess, and Essex are 57 for 2 with 23 overs gone.
Yeah, there was a mention, I think, from one of our correspondents about some pretty ordinary bowling from Yorkshire, but I'd take issue with that. In the first 6 or 7 overs, I thought they used the new ball pretty well, and you know, you don't necessarily, you can still use the ball pretty well and not necessarily run through teams. They got the early wicket, but the second wicket partnership, Wesley and Cook, saw that next threat off pretty well, and even at that there was that chance from Wesley that was put down. But yeah, grant you, Matthew Revis wasn't at his best, or as good as we've seen him so far with his spell from the Hayes close end, and so was taken out of the attack. And George Hill, who's now bowling and just been pushed along the deck by Walter to root, has taken over at that end of the ground. He's into what is now his 4th over. Gone for just a 10 so far, yet to take a wicket. The 2 that have been taken, Nick Brown caught Hill, bowled Thompson without scoring, and then more recently Tom Wesley caught by Harry Duke off Dominic Best for 24. Hill to Cook, to Walter I should say, who's down low and pushing out into the offside where Root does the fielding. There's no run. Healthy crowd in this morning, as Glenn was referring to earlier in the day. Sean in round this afternoon. Coverage excellent. Thank you for that. Wickets look a tad green. Nice to see Bess early on. Where is Bairstow? It's pushed into the offside by Walter, and Root once again round to do the fielding. Where is Bairstow? As far as I knew, still out in the IPL. Have you seen him around, Sean? So Hill gives the ball a shine, makes his way in past umpire Tim Robinson, still wide of the crease and round the wicket. Walter just looks like he's shaping to play that leg side, pushes it up to mid-off instead, where Revis has got a bit of a green stain below the shin on the right leg, maybe from chasing that Alistair Cook extra cover drive a few overs ago. He's doing the ball shining. Flipped back to Hill, who's got 2 slips in place, Brook at first and Lyth at second, and again angling that ball in towards the left-hander, who once more pushes to Root. 3-man game at the moment. Jordan Thompson just strolls across to exchange pleasantries with Dom Bess at cover and point respectively. Rob Bailey does a couple of hamstring stretches at square leg. The umpire maybe fancies getting his hands on the ball and having a go here himself, as Hill is in. Nicely played this time by Walter. He gets it wide of the cordon. Adam Lyth giving chase from second slip, and they're through for 2, and they're going to respect the arm and stick at that. So end of George Hill's over. He's bowled 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12 so far. Walter on 2, Cook on 29, and Essex, after 24 overs of play, are 59 for 2, having been put into bat by Yorkshire.
Yeah, the run rate's up to just under 2.5 now, so Essex have just got things ticking over after that very tight opening from, in particular, the opening pair of Yorkshire of Jordan Thompson and Steve Patterson. But Essex losing that second wicket of Tom Wesley just set them back slightly, because he and Cook had really got things going quite nicely, and Wesley, as he has done for much of the season so far, has looked as though he's got some form and is feeling the bat onto the ball quite well. As Bess comes around the wicket, is in and bowling, and Cook again just props forward and plays defensively out to the offside for no run.
Shout out to Steve Thompson, Jordan's dad, who's messaged me as well, saying he might be playing in the same match at the Silver Foxes match, or Grey Foxes match at Pudsey.
Here's Bess again. Cook repeats the shot out to the offside, and it's no run. And yet again, it's picked up by the man at cover. 59-4-2. A few school children in today as well, over on the far side of the ground. You may hear them shouting every now and then. We had a big school group in for the opening day against Northamptonshire as Cook pushes out defensively again for no run. He's on 29, Walter on 2. Just joining us, BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations and 5 Live Sports Extra. Yorkshire winning the toss this morning, and perhaps unsurprisingly on a greenish looking pitch, asking Essex to bat. Bess in once again, a little bit quicker, and Cook gets the inner part of the face of the bat on that, and it drops behind square on the onside. There's no run once again, 59-2.
It's a feature of Don Bess's play that when he's not getting much assistance from the wicket, he does vary his pace pretty well, and that's, if you like, one of the reasons that he survives is not probably the right expression, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's in once again, and this time standing tall. Cook plays defensively for no run.
He's able to bowl longer spells because he's just got that. He's just got the batsman thinking that bit more. 2 or 3 different variations in pace you kind of see from time to time.
He's in once again to Cook, and again defensively out to the offside. Nice accurate over that from Bess. It's the end of it. 25 gone now, and Essex 59-2. 29 to Cook and 2 to Walter. The men to go today for Essex. Nick Brown was out to the 3rd ball of the morning, caught low down at 3rd slip by George Hill, and he's been followed back by Tom Westley, who was caught behind by Duke off the bowling of Bess for 24. So a wicket apiece for Thompson, 1 for 14, and Bess 1 for none.
And here's George Hill continuing at the Hayes close end. Walter tucks that into the leg side, no run. It's still bright enough, but there is some grey tinged cloud overhead, and has been for a little while now. So we did have sunshine intermittently in the first sort of half hour or so, but maybe 3/4. But for the last 3/4 of an hour, best part of an hour, it's been largely cloudy. Ball back in the hands of young George Hill once again. Good delivery this time. There's an appeal for LBW. It had the beating of Walter, and they went up reasonably confidently. Can't see the pictures. I don't know if you saw that or not, Glenn. Difficult for me to tell from where I am with the batsman with his back to us.
Yeah, it's a decent shout, to be fair, because he's not a long way forward, and it's taken the inside part of the front pad. But I'm just wondering if the angle from the umpire's viewpoint is the biggest reason for turning that one down. But he's not a long way forward there, Paul Walter.
So a little moral win for the bowler, who's in again, and this time a little bit shorter of length, and he's able to use the willow and flick it into the leg side. And there's no run. All that talk of cloud, and the sun is poking its nose through somewhere, because there's a bit of sunshine on the field as well. Patterson just gives the ball a shine. A few words of encouragement as he hands it back to Hill. And the man who got 151 the other week at Northamptonshire is in to bowl here, and that looks like it's beaten the inside edge, I think, of Walter's bat. Gone between bat and pad through to Harry Duke. It was low on its way through, not great carry. But just the suggestion in this over that George Hill might, as the Aussies say, have the wood on in the batsman here. Can he use the wood? Well, he does on this occasion. Turns it to Karuna Ratner at mid-wicket. But he's just getting the ball up there, George Hill, most of the time, and allowing it to swing if there is any swing for him. That may have been the case with the one that wrapped the pad earlier in the over. As I say, not easy from this angle to tell. We're quite wide apart in the com box, and I'm sitting at more like a leg slip position behind Walter. As he waits, and Hill's in and bowling one wide of off stump this time. Final ball of the over. So 26 now gone. Hill 5 overs for 12. Don Bess has yet to go for a run. 3 overs, 3 maidens, none for 1, or 1 for none. And Walter 2, 29 to Cook. And wouldn't you know it, the scores disappeared off the board. 59 for 2.
70 overs remaining in the day, so they're getting through them at a fair lick this morning. Yorkshire, and have done well to restrict Essex as well in terms of the run scoring. Thank you for all your correspondence too. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport, as Don Bess is going to start another over from the River End. One slip and a forward short leg in. He's around the wicket to Cook, who plays defensively back to him for no run. Steve says about coloured balls and bad light, etc. He says there are other coloured cricket balls that you could possibly use. Currently red, pink and white. Has anyone thought of using other colours and maybe testing those and see if they might be the solution to the problems with the light, etc. As Bess is in and it's played defensively for no run. He says, I've tried indoor cricket with various tones of yellow cricket balls. They seem to be okay. What about brown, purple or orange? Perhaps some other listeners may have views or knowledge of that. There's Bess. Exchanges a couple of words with his captain, Stephen Patterson, who stood at mid-on, and then comes in around the wicket to Cook with an open stance, and Cook plays defensively out to the offside for no run. 59 for 2 here, Essex.
How long till the first, I don't know, ball with a light inside it or something like that? How far away from that, the way technology moves on?
Bess. Into Cook, and that's Fuller, and Cook on the drive this time, and they'll come through for a single. Joe Root does the fielding at mid-off, but it was comfortable enough. Cook setting off and giving a quick shout to Walter, and the score goes up to 60 for 2. My cat's got a ball that lights up when you throw it for her. We could try that one maybe.
I always needed one with a bell in it. That's what the bowlers used to tell me anyway.
So the stranglehold of Don Bess is finally ended, and Essex have picked up a run off him. And he's now bowling to the tall Paul Walter, who stretches forward and it rolls up his front pad and lobs out into the onside for no run.
There was bat in that as well. And there is a short leg in place. It would have gone at least a couple of metres, I think, to his right.
Can get so far forward, Paul Walter. As Bess is in once again. Oh, and that is worked behind square on the onside. Thinks about the single, is sent back by Cook because it wasn't there. Good decision. 60 for 2. That is the end of the over. Essex 60 for 2 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations of 5 Live Sports Extra. Still in the sunshine here at Chelmsford as well.
It was a nice little pick-up there by George Hill doing the fielding. Ball bobbled up in front of him, but he took it one-handed, and he's just handed his sweater, such as they are these days, to, I think we should call them a long sleeve top rather than sweater, don't you? Anyway, he's handed it to Tim Robinson, giving the ball a shine on the back of his trousers, and in he comes then, George Hill bowling to Sir Alistair Cook, and it's a little bit of width outside off stump. Cook opens the face, doesn't go at the ball too hard, and just a controlled little push through point for a single. Jordan Thompson doing the fielding.
There's Barry on the email, says, hello gentlemen, Essex playing Yorkshire today evoked this memory of a former school chum, Roger Wilfred Wrightson, who played 10 times for Essex in 1965. In his debut season against Yorkshire, he had the audacity to hit the great Fred Truman for 6.
Aye, as Hill's in and Walter shoulders arms.
However, says Barry, in the return fixture, Roger had his 2 front teeth removed by a bouncer from Fred Truman. Sounds very painful, and no doubt it was, but having known Roger, he would maybe have thought his earlier indiscretion was somewhat foolhardy, to say the least. Great coverage. He says, thanks Barry, who signs it off with Isle of Wight Shrimper, so I can only imagine he's a Southend United fan as well.
You can see it now, can't you? I'll think twice about that again. Here comes Hill, and with an open face. Walter has played that nicely with control again through the vacant third man area. Bess is round from point to give chase and keep them to 2.
Yeah, someone probably said when he went back, what have you done? He will remember that, and as it turns out, he did. Chris says, I remember seeing Essex against Kent at Leighton, and such a shame to hear of its possible demise. Yeah, we're hearing about the state of pavilion and the ground at Leighton. Mention of Leighton has to call to remembrance by Yorkshire fans.
Hill, Walter pushes back to the bowler in his follow through.
The 1932 season, when Holmes and Sutcliffe scored 555 runs for the first wicket, Verity bagged 10 wickets. Is that 555 still a record for the first wicket in a county championship match? What's that, 68, 90 years ago, blimey. That's going back a fair while, just a bit. Don't anyone remember that.
George Hill again round the wicket to Walter, who's able to shoulder arms to this one. Would have been above the waist for most people, but round about the pocket area, with given the height of the batsman here, who does a bit of gardening. Plenty of encouragement from the Yorkshire fielders around the park here at the county ground. They've picked up those couple of wickets, having won the toss. And Hill trying to make it a third then before the lunch break, and Walter driving towards the offside, but gets a thickish inside contact on it to Karuna Ratner at mid-wicket. That's an end of another George Hill over. He's now bowled 6 overs for 15, one of them a maiden, yet to get in the wickets column. Walter not out 4 from 24, Cook 31 from 74, and Essex after 28 overs 63 for 2.
And Essex, I think, having been put in, will be satisfied with their morning's work thus far. Losing a couple of wickets, in particular the way Wesley was dismissed when he was trying to cut the ball away, and it was there, and he's got a thin edge to it. That will be the disappointment, I think, for Essex this morning. Wesley was dropped earlier on in the piece as well, as Don Bess is going to continue from the river end. Just past 1:45 now. He's in, lots of flight with that one. Whipped up to mid-on by Cook, but won't pick up a single there. Stephen Patterson tidying up, examines the ball, wipes it on the front of that Yorkshire shirt, tosses it to Don Bess, who is in now, and bowling to Cook once again, and Cook pushes forward defensively, and there's no run. Sort of has a sort of quickness to his approach, Bess, and after about 3 strides that stops, and it's almost a walk-in as well. It's quite an interesting sort of approach that he has, with the number 47 on his back. Hop, skip, little jog, and then walks in, and that's edged by Cook in front of first slip. 63 for 2.
Yeah, just drops a foot short of Adam Lythe, who just can't get his hand around one, or many at least this season, from the chances that have come.
So, a second one in the morning that has dropped short. There was an earlier one when Jordan Thompson was bowling that dropped in front of second slip as well. Bess is in once again, and Cook again forward with that stride, pushing defensively out to the offside, and no run once again. 63 for 2. Here's the score. Yeah, just watching that one, it did drop quite a way in front of the man at slip as well. Here is Bess once again, penultimate ball of this over, repeated by Cook. The shot out to the offside for no run once more. Poor Walter just moving a little bit detritus from the non-striker's end. And Bess in. A little bit straight to that one, but it's met with the same response from Alistair Cook, which is a push out defensively to the offside. Decent over that from Bess, found the outside edge of Cook's bat, but dropping in front of slip, and Essex is 63 for 2.
Yeah, tidy over from Bess. Challenged the outside edge of Cook's bat and got the edge, didn't he, earlier in the over, but just dying before it got to Adam Lythe. And so we're going to see another change of bowling, just a late change before lunch here. A couple of over blasts from the Hayes close end for Jordan Thompson. The first wicket of the match, of course, third ball of the match. Nick Brown edging one to George Hill, who took a good low catch at third slip. kept it tight with Stephen Patterson in the early stages. It took until 35 deliveries into the match before Cook got Essex going on the scoreboard with a single. But he's not on strike. It's Walter at the moment, and Thompson coming over the wicket to bowl to the left-hander first up. They've put a third slip back in. George Hill has gone back in there. That first delivery flat batted as much as anything into the offside, and Revis doing the fielding. So a ring field with just Milan, I think, down to our right, obscured from view by the stand to our right, but he's down at long leg. Thompson in and pushed up to mid-off this time, where Joe Root does the fielding. Hi Jonathan, Yorkshire's seam attack looks light without Harris Ralph and Ben Code, says Lindsay O'Regan. Revis, Hill and Brook are still learning their trade, and we shouldn't expect too much from them. Bess's role will be very important today to give Yorkshire control from one end. A fascinating day in prospect. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Thompson in, driven this time by Walter. A diving miss at cover by Matthew Revis, but that's fielded by Root, going round to cover from mid-off. Thompson does his usual little routine. Pulls the shirt up over the left shoulder, pulls the shirt up over the right shoulder. Turns at the end of his run, comes back towards our commentary position, and still over the wicket to Walter. That's a good delivery as well, squares up Walter slightly, gets a leading edge on it. He wasn't playing it to point, which is where it went. Dominic Best doing the fielding. Joe Root doing the shining at the moment. Maybe there was a little bit of swing there for Jordan Thompson. Difficult to tell. But he makes his way in once again. Front arm high. Flicked to leg this time by Walter, who I think was trying to play something similar to the previous delivery. Karunan Ratner does the fielding. 10 to 8 to our right. Got looks like a few people in there, Glenn, who are lunching. Not too long to ours. What's the lunch sitch these days here?
Yeah, you get a little voucher.
Little voucher still.
You can pop off. There's curry over in the far side of the ground, or there's your staple burger and chips at this end of the ground.
Thompson in, good delivery, and finds the outside edge, but he's played out more with control than without, and it bounces on its way through to Adam Lyth at second slip. End of the over. It was a pretty good one as well from Jordan Thompson. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 14 from him so far. 63 for 2, 7 minutes before lunch.
Yeah, nicely played in the end, that by Paul Wall, just dropping his hands on it, making sure it wasn't something that was going to carry through to the slips. That was very nicely judged. Scores elsewhere heading up to lunch then. Hampshire 64 for 2 against Gloucestershire, so very similar position to what Essex are here. Warwickshire 78 for 2 at Lancashire, and Surrey 59 for 1 having been put in by Northamptonshire. Division 2, Leicestershire going nicely, 80 without loss against Glamorgan. Sussex 88 for 1 against Middlesex, and Durham 96 for 1 against Worcestershire. You can also follow it, all of it, on the BBC Sport website and app. Here's Bess around the wicket, bowling to Cook. Cook on the drive this time, won't pick up the single. Got too much of it actually, and it races along the ground to Joe Root. 63 for 2 then. We're in the 31st over of this opening session, with Bess in once again. Lots of flight and air to that one, bit straighter, and Cook pushes out to the onside this time, and Best can field off his own bowling. Don't forget, you've also got the live text on the BBC Sport website as well, where you can follow all the action from all of the county games while listening to your commentary as well, so you'll get all the information from all the grounds, as well as picking and choosing the various commentaries you want to listen to. IPL on 5 Live Sports Extra this afternoon too. Here's Bess in once again, outside off stump, and Cook opens the face of the bat and runs that one into the offside for no run. Karunan Ratner tidying up out of cover on the edge of the square there. Stephen says, Paul Walter is very tall, but I recall a guy called Dallas Moir who played for Derby, and of course Will Jefferson, Essex, Notts and Leicester, as being a bit taller than Paul. Derek Pringle was also a big lad, says Stephen, as Bess is in once again on the cut. This time Cook on the back foot, but we'll get nothing for that. Straight to Karuna Ratner. Stephen says, my son is Paul's height, Paul Walter's height that is. The problem he has is finding size 18 shoes. Size 18? Twice what I am.
But not twice the man.
Well, that was kind of a given, isn't it? Is Bess just about to finish his 6th over. One more to go after this, and that's worked up to mid-on this time by Cook for no run. Good accurate stuff this from Don Bess. Doing exactly the job his captain will have wanted. There's not a whole heap of turn out there, but bowling nice and tightly. Be interested to see how Simon Harmer fares later on in the game on this surface too. As Bess finishes off this over is in, and Cook puts the big front pad out there and then draws everything out of the way through to Duke. End of the over. Another good one from Bess. Essex is 63 for 2. Should have time for one more before lunch.
Should do. What are we at now? 57? 56. Oh, good. We could be in gardening territory here, I think, for the last 4 minutes.
Someone may have to tie their bootlaces up a couple of times, I think.
Yeah, extended chat in the middle as well between the two batsmen.
Call for new gloves, that sort of thing. The umpires know all the tricks. Meantime, Harry Duke's now got 2 helmets behind him. One that he's using to stand up to Don Bess, and one of the short leg fielders using as well. He draws out the Yorkshire cap from his waistband and puts that on his head.
Thompson then to Walter, solidly behind it, no run. Sean in Roundhead says, I don't follow any cricket shorter than 50 overs. T20 is a slogfest, not an equal contest between bat and ball. My view of the 100 can't be expressed on any social media platform. And re-ball colour in the ream, R-E-M-E?
Reamy.
Reamy, is it?
Yep.
We used to make the ball out of black duct tape. No problem seeing the ball, but did tend to get knocked out of their shape frequently. Thompson in, and hands on heads in the slip cordon as Walter is tempted to just have a little bit of a push at that one. You can get in touch at BBC Essex Sport, at Jonathan Doidge, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport.
Used to use rotten fruit when I used to work in a certain supermarket. Something was going to go out on the shop floor. Oh, we can use that. Didn't last very long, but it was always a good supply.
Here's Thompson, and a full length delivery pushed to mid on this time by Walter. Yeah, there's a bit of a citrusy smell drifting across the pitch here, chaps. I told you to get one of those thick-skinned oranges. He's switching now from over the wicket to round. Right arm, of course, Jordan Thompson. To the left-handed Paul Walter. Can he find a way to get through before the lunch break? Here he is in again. Good delivery this time. Big appeal for LBW, you've got to say. Even though I have been saying all morning that it's difficult for me to tell from this angle, that did feel like it was going down.
Yeah, the umpire barely looked up and just looked at the counters that he's using, and when just shook his head. I think he picked up the line of that very, very quickly and knew that was always going down the leg side.
Two to come in the over. Clock on 12:59. I should think this will be the last couple of the session then. In comes Thompson, and this time straightens things up, and the batsman is able to use the wood and pushes it to Patterson, who's having a chat with Joe Root here. Plenty of buzz about the place. Sounds like some child chatter from over on the far side of the ground. A few school uniforms around by the sound of things. And last ball of the session. driven back by Walter. Thompson might have got a little finger on that, but Cook was back in his ground anyway, and that is that for the session. So 2 wickets to have fallen. Nick Brown caught Hillbell Thompson without scoring, and Tom Westley caught Duke Bell Best for 24, the second of those wickets when the score was on 56. They've added 7 more runs since, and at lunch after 32 overs of play, Essex 63 for 2.
Thank you, Jonathan. He'll return after the lunch break here. I'll be updating the BBC Essex listeners during the 1 o'clock news. 5 Live Sports Extra will go off and join Kevin Howes for the lunchtime interval, and don't forget there's IPL coming up there as well in the afternoon. But the players just heading off the field here. Good morning's county cricket. Thank you for all your correspondence. Keep them coming throughout the day, and Essex is 63 for 2.
perished on 24, where he was caught behind off the bowling of Bess. And I have to say, the bit of Bess I saw bowling this morning, I was quite impressed with his bowling this morning, Dominic Best. And good afternoon to Mr. Deutsch.
Afternoon, toppers.
He bowled well, but I thought he bowled well, you know.
He did.
Dominic Best this morning.
He did. He found the edge of Sir Alistair Cook's bat, as well as getting that wicket of Tom Wesley. He just kept it tight. They've changed Matthew Revis now to this river end of the ground.
Never seen him bowl before till today.
Well, no great surprise. He's only bowled in 2 matches so far.
Well, here he comes from away from us, down the leg side. That's slightly weighted. That's his loosener, we will diplomatically say. Down the leg side, he's up and running, and he's bowling away from us from the river end, which has a steady incline, and the umpire Rob Bailey is at his end.
He was seen to good effect at Northampton a couple of weeks ago. 3 wickets in each innings. He got the wicket of Will Young in both innings, actually.
Good player, Will Young. Saw him last week. Looked very, very steady. He's in. Bowls. Cook comes forward, plays with the full face of the bat. He bowls, and it goes out to silly mid. Well, I'm going to call him quite close. He's catching on the drive, and there is no run.
1 for 51 in the Kent first innings last week, and then the second time around 1 for 93.
Right, okay. Where's he from?
He's from local. He's from the northwest of Leeds, up my way.
He's in, bowls, and this time the ball bounced, spits a little bit. He bowls with quite a high action, gets the bounce, and it comes off Alistair Cook's gloves, but it goes down. Doesn't go up, goes down into the floor. There is no run. Well bowled.
It says, I think it says officially on the website, born in Steeton, which is where the Airedale Hospital is. Yeah, it's from sort of that general neck of the woods.
And he comes, Revis bowls just short of length. Cook goes back and across, plays in back to the bowler. There is no run. 63 for 2. Cook has 31, and with him at number 4 is Paul Water on 4.
I believe his first club was Burley in Wharfdale, which is Ilkley would be the nearest place that you'd know. Same as Harry Brook. Learnt his cricket there.
Saw quite a lot of Harry Brook in Barbados recently.
Are you talking about what, fleshy bits of Harry Brook, or
bit of both actually? This time it's driven with an open face bat. Give credit to the bowler. It's an outside edge, probably played with a slightly open face of the bat, but there was risk. Goes for 4 down to third man, the vacant third man. Cook gets 4. Essex moved to 67 for 2.
Yeah, it's just been a little bit more loose, I think it's fair to say, today than we've seen him so far, Matthew Revis. But he's clearly very, very early on in his career with ball in hand. And when you consider, Don, that he opened the batting on his debut in the end of 2019.
Did he?
Yep, didn't play until the last game of last season after that, so there was a couple of years gap. And he was...
And he comes. Right arm over, well left, well watchful by Cook, no run.
Yeah, so first and foremost, the county were thinking he was a top-order batsman, and he came back into the side at Northampton, batting at 9 and bowling.
So what
and he's
changed?
only started bowling. He started bowling, he said to us on the record, the winter before last. And last year in the RL50, when he got his first opportunity, he did well with both bat and ball. So I think he's shaping up into what could be a very useful all-rounder for the county.
Did he bowl at Pathways, at club, school? You're not so sure?
Not so sure on that
I
front.
could probably look up through a well-known cricket website. I could have a little look at that when I'm off air, because that's a really interesting story. Some might say, well, is his body used to bowling? Perhaps it's becoming used to bowling if he's not done much of it before.
Here's Stephen Patterson to open the afternoon from the Hayes close end, and bowling to Sir Alistair Cook, who drops it into the leg side, no run. I think what I'd say is, in terms of his physique, because when he made his debut, it was at something like 17, maybe 18 in that game against Kent, when he scored 2. I think he got a duck and another single-figure score in the 2 innings, and it was just too soon for him. I think it was necessity at the time that they needed somebody to try and have a go at the top of the order, and he's
stuck his hand up.
He has, and he's filled out a bit now, you see, and he's bowling back of a length and around about the 80 mark as Patterson is in. And that's pushed into the offside by...
How many games has he
Cook in
played
that first ball. Apologies, folks, before you all start sending socials. It's Walter at this end. He's clearly about 3 feet taller than
yes,
A.N. Cook.
Walter is like an oak tree. Listen, there are big lads, but he's bigger than that. He really is. He really is. You were talking about Will Young. I was really impressed with him last week for Northamptonshire, in batting and keeping slip catching.
Yeah, as Patterson's in and Walter pushes back up the pitch. Yeah, I think Yorkshire said they think he'd better leave right now when he was out at Northampton the other week. That's a cultural reference that's gone right over the head there.
Yes.
Yes, he looks a good player. Young, no doubt about that.
And we're going to see probably a bit of him in the New Zealand Test Series, which is, well, it's only just about a month away. First test is at Lord's.
Patterson to Walter, who's straightened up by this delivery and just pushes it back to the bowler. Still evidence of plenty of cloud over the top, but the sun is managing to poke its way through a few of the gaps at the moment.
So Revis played one game in 2021, correct?
Yeah, played the last match of the season in the defeat at Trent Bridge.
He got 34 runs in the game, and he bowled only in one innings.
Patterson to Walter, flicks it to the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, I think.
And looking at his stats: 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 90.
Yeah, I think he did so well in the RL 50. Of course, Yorkshire lost here in the quarter-final of that.
Yeah.
The championship was gone, so opportunity to get him in and give him a bit more red ball experience and see what it's like bowling with it, because of course he was bowling with the white ball in the 50 over comp. Patterson bowling to Walter again, asks him to play, drops it in the leg side, and there is no run to complete that over at 67 for 2. Yeah, so just promise. And Yorkshire, look, they've got a lot of players like this over the years. There's a conveyor belt of talent, and some make it long term and some don't. Only time will tell, but it's certainly showing plenty of promise, and I think he's just worked pretty hard on his bowling. I think there was somebody obviously saw something in him and said, if you work on that, this could be your future. And Otis Gibson said last week on the record, I think he'll end up being a bowler who bats.
Matthew Revis is on his way in. He bowls nice strong front arm. This is played into the leg side by Sir Alistair Cook, who collects a single as it goes down to sort of squarish fine leg where they take an easy single. The man Joe Root is fielding at fine leg towards where the children are being entertained today in what we call Felsted Corner. 68 for 2.
In the times I've spoken to him so far, Matthew Revis seems like he's quite a chilled out sort of character, but there's a bit of fire in the belly. He conceded a 5-run penalty last week for a bit of frustration from his own bowling, picked the ball up through it at the batsman's end and it hit the batsman, and Steve O'Shaughnessy gave the 5-run penalty.
Revis is in. This is forced by Paul Walter, who plays nicely off the back foot. He stands tall and it's gone for 4. It's been dragged over by the fielder. It was a great effort to stop the 4, but he's taken it with him as he ends up in the kit bag of the Essex 12th man and all the paraphernalia that the players and the support staff bring along. Good shot by Walter, stood tall, allowed the ball to come on, played it off the back foot, played it late. Good shot.
Yeah, Bess was the man diving in vain. Revis
on his way in, bowls from the river end through a little shorter this time. Walter is very watchful, allows it through to the keeper, and we welcome back 5 Live listeners to us here at Chelmsford at the Cloud FM County Cricket Ground here at Chelmsford, sunny baked Chelmsford, I'm pleased to say, with lots of sun hats, baseball caps, sunglasses. It really, well, Jonathan George, I'm going to tell you, with the spring flowers almost beginning to fall. It's summer as the ball bounces through, well left. Good watchful cricket there from Paul Walter, batting at 4. He's on 8. Essex are on 72, and summer is here.
But it's not, is it, until the 1st of June, meteorologically, nor is it until the 21st of June, is it? Whatever the other version is of summer.
That's, yes, I mean, 24th of June is,
24th,
isn't it, Midsummer's Day? We're heading for winter as Ravis is in bowls. This time it's sort of cut with a ball of width which goes through the square cover for 4. Good looking time shot. Second boundary for Paul Walter. He moves to 12. And Essex move, having gone to lunch on 63 for 2, they move to 76 for 2.
I tell you what we are heading for. Lots of correspondence telling us that we don't know when summer starts.
Well, listen, I can officially tell you, and our listeners all over the world, that summer's here in Chelmsford. It's delightful. I can feel the heat in our commentary box. Revis is in bowls. This time drags Paul Walter forward for the last ball of the over, and it's played with a very straight bat, played off the splice of the bat into the leg side. There is no run. 76 for 2 off 35 overs, and the 2 men to fall. Brown off the 3rd ball of the morning. He was caught at 3rd slip off the bowling of Thompson for 0, and Wesley, who was caught behind off the bowling of Dominic Bess. And I mentioned earlier that Dominic Bess, I thought, bowled a super spell, especially at Alistair Cook before lunch, but Wesley went for 24, so that was 56 for 2. Got to lunch for 63 for 2, and then Essex have moved on to 76 for 2.
Meanwhile, Yorkshire captain Stephen Patterson is making his way in from the Hayes close end to bowl to Cook, who flicks that to leg along the carpet, and Karuna Ratner does the fielding. Listeners around the world, let's not big this up too much. We've got a listener in Blackrod at the moment, I believe, in Dave Fletcher, BBC Radio Derby.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Fletcher.
He'll be there picking the pizza out of his beard from last night, no doubt.
Actually, I did notice a picture the other day that his beard's got a little longer.
Feet up this week, no match for them. Patterson round the wicket, and Cook watchfully just drops it into the offside where Hill is round to do the fielding.
2 slips for Cook, but 3 slips for when Walter was facing, interestingly.
Yeah, they dropped. They took out the 3rd slip for Cook quite a while before lunch and positioned him where Hill is now.
On that drive, on the offside.
It hit a couple through there. I mean, it is a favoured shot, isn't it? As you'll well know more than I do. But he's not yet hit one in the air in that general direction, and he won't do with this because he's on the back foot playing it along the ground to Hill.
I haven't been out there today, but from... Well, we're behind. We're very fine leg for the left-hander up in the river stand. I have to say it looks a tad green, but sometimes our green wickets at Chelmsford, once you get out there, they don't look quite as green as they do from afar.
Here is Patterson again, and Cook drops it out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, a tad green. It's a wonderful piece of British understatement, I think, there, Mr. Topley. But then the strip that they played on at Bristol in the first match, Yorkshire's first match, Gloucestershire's second, looked pretty similar, but played superbly throughout. No issues with that at all. Here's Patterson again, and Cook flicks one off his legs down to Milan, who's coming round from deep backward square leg. He'll walk through for a single.
Can I ask you, when did you get down here?
Last night.
What time?
10.
Oh right, quite late.
Yeah.
I have to say, I live 40 minutes away on the Essex-Suffolk border, which is Constable country. The covers, I'm sure, would have been on most of yesterday because we had quite a bit of rain and mizzle and drizzle.
Patterson to Walter, shouldering arms, ended it over at 77 for the loss of 2. They've bowled 36 so far, Yorkshire. Yeah.
So the covers might not have come off much yesterday.
Yeah. I asked one or two of the lads this morning what they thought about the pitch, and they said they didn't see much of it because the covers were around.
Were they invited to train but couldn't train? Because that's become a little bit more in vogue these days, that the opposition travel and can train at wherever they're playing.
Yeah, I think they came down to train. Nobody mentioned that they didn't, so
you might have done a bit of fielding.
Assuming they did.
But obviously at Chelmsford, the training practice wickets are over to the left towards the old hospital side, opposite to the pavilion. Revis starts again, but he aborts his run-up, and umpire Bailey then suggests dead ball. Alistair Cook was not ready.
So if they were going to train indoors, if they couldn't have trained here, where would they have gone?
The indoor school is behind the pavilion, basically towards where the old Chelmsford City football ground was, roughly over there, behind the pavilion. There's 6 lanes there. Revis is in, bowls. This time Cook plays it. He squares him up a little bit, plays it with soft hands out to backward point. There is no run. Well bowled.
Yeah, he does play that way quite a bit, doesn't he, Cook? And I think when he's got his back to you, sometimes I may have been guilty of thinking that it might have been closer to, it might have been a win for the bowler, if you like, by opening him up. But actually, I think it's just quite often the way he plays, and he still plays it with control.
That's the key. Plays it with control. Revis is in again. This time it's a little wider. It's cut out to Karunaratne at cover where there is no run. He finds the fielder there. It was a good looking shot. He was out to Sanderson. He played at a wide one last week, and he would have been disappointed. You could sense his disappointment last week at Alistair Cook, where he was caught at second, third slip. I think it was the Kiwi who caught very well at third slip. Will Young it was. Revis is coming round the wicket, changes his angle. This time he drags Sir Alistair Cook forward, where it's played into the offside to that man catching on the drive. That is, I think it's Stephen Patterson.
It is George Hill.
George Hill, sorry. He was the
only
only
about
one.
21 years between them.
He was the only one that is the difference on the scorecard, wasn't it? Ben Coed not playing as named, and George Hill is. Another goodish delivery, but that's a quick single this time to Patterson at mid-on, where Cook evaluates that, calls for the single, rightly so. His partner joins him, and they take a single, 78 for 2.
On that basis, you can describe me. I'll take 21 years off me, that's fine.
Well,
Topless.
you look youthful anyway. Hey? You look, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Fletcher, if you're listening.
You're just after a beer, aren't you?
Well, there is the opportunity. Yes, I'm not allowed to drink at the moment.
What, because you're commentating?
There is that as well. Some might suggest I should. But Revis round the wicket to the taller Paul Walter. George Hill is on the drive. In he comes, bowls short of a length. Walter respects it, plays with a straight bat. Paul Walter, who didn't get selected in the early sides for Essex, but played in the last game and batted at 5, I think, where he scored his very fine 90, has moved up to 4. So a little more pressure for him and his Essex, because he doesn't want to fail. He wants to continue the form he's in. He's found some form. Round the wicket, Revis bowls short of a length. Walter goes back, plays with a straight back. There's the end of an over. Very tall action. Revis not the quickest, probably late 70s at my guess, but a nice high action. And he does have a very strong front arm. Good to see.
Very good to see. Yeah, Nicky Milstead. Nicky and Ruari from York say, enjoying listening to the Yorkshire-Essex match in a quiet office in York today. Thanks for keeping me company. Earlier this week, my youngest son, Ruan, aged 10, played his first match of the season for Acombe Cricket Club's Junior Foxes, a hardball game for the under-11s versus Sheriff Hutton. Matthew Fisher's club, on a beautiful ground overlooked by the ruined castle. He managed a very unusual achievement, he says, as Patterson just loses his run-up after a couple of strides and he's going to go back. In fact, I think it was more that he stopped to just make sure his field was in the right place. More from Nicky and Ruari in a moment, but here comes Patterson round the wicket to Cook, who pushes to Hill in the offside no run. So that unusual achievement. At the end of last season, Ruan took wickets with his final 2 balls of the season. We jokingly said that he'd got to wait a while to see if he could get his hat-trick. Roll forward to this season. Could he do it? Absolutely. Clean bowled the batsman with his first ball. And he's also sent video attachment, which...
Really?
Yeah, it's not opening up. But anyway, I'm
Fantastic.
sure I'll catch up with that. So well done to Ruan. And he says it made him wonder what the longest wait to complete a hat-trick in professional cricket is. Any ideas? As Cook drops one solidly into the turf and bounces up trampoline style out towards Hill, no run.
I would suggest that's happened before in the professional game, but not too often. But listen, for a 10-year-old, is that right? Brilliant. He'll remember that. And it probably kept him going throughout Christmas, New Year, Easter. And yeah, well done him.
Echoing that as Patterson's coming in to bowl to Cook, who's trying to flick this off the hip. Think it missed, and yeah, just going to get the signal from Tim Robinson. That was legged by. As Russ Harker says, hi chaps. Russ here in Berlin. On the subject of coloured cricket balls, how would the commentary team handle bowled him a Jaffa when playing with an orange ball? Every ball would be a Jaffa.
Well, I do remember a game once John Lever did bowl an orange in a first-class game. Glenn's laughing. I'm sure he remembers it. John Lever did bowl a Jaffa.
And here is Patterson into Walter, drops into the leg side. No run. Clearly, the commentary set up there for that was a juicy Jaffa by John Lever.
John Lever, very good, yes.
And Charles Kitchen, good afternoon, gents. Watching the streaming and enjoying an absorbing morning's cricket in a beautiful setting. We look perhaps a bit seam-like, that's Yorkshire in Charles's case, and we've made it a good start, and I suspect we'll need Root's spin as the game develops. Wonderful things, these mobile phones. I took mine and an earpiece with me and watched the cricket over lunch. 3 tappers and a drink for £4.50. Dropped by Patterson off his own bowling. Walter, well, there's a couple of chances that have gone down. They either stick or they don't they, off your own bowling?
I have to say that it was a convenient height. It was pretty regulation, but it was hit quite powerfully. It was hit to his left hand on his follow-through, and I would expect Patterson to take that more often than not. It was hit powerfully, but it was pretty regulation for caught and bowled.
So can he atone? Stephen Patterson comes in again. It's a straight enough delivery, dropped square on the leg side by the batsman. They think about a single, but think better of it. End of the over then. Could have been a wicket for Yorkshire, wasn't. Walter 12, Cook 38, and 38 overs into this Essex first innings, having been put into bat. They're 79 for 2.
Yeah, I think this is pretty evenly contested at the moment for me. Yorkshire won the toss, invited Essex to bat, got the early punch in by dismissing Nick Brown for the 3rd ball of the game. Got another wicket, that of Captain Tom Wesley, before lunch. Essex got to lunch. I would say the honours were shared, 63 for 2. I think you always, when you put a team in, are happy to have 3 wickets at lunch. Essex survived. They had a drop catch this morning, Wesley earlier. We've just seen a drop catch here. The umpires, you're not missing any play. The umpires are looking at the ball. Dominic Bess is about to start a new spell, a new over. The umpires are Tim Robinson, Rob Bailey are conversing over the ball. Roots close to them. Captain Patterson is nearby, and I think they're going to look at changing it. They're both walking towards us. Not that we have the balls, but I think they are housed beneath us.
Well, I've got a tennis ball down in the bag down here if they fancy that, yeah.
Get an orange out, eh?
No, I've got Satsuma.
Satsuma,
Yeah,
bit
I might do a
smaller,
bit off
bit
the pitch.
smaller.
Might do a little bit off the pitch.
But yeah, slightly different shape, bit smaller.
Yeah.
Well, we do have, Jonathan. Am I allowed to contribute to this? We do have a peach of a delivery.
Well, I think you've been building up towards that one ever since, haven't you?
Other fruits are available. No, you're not missing any play. Score here 79-2. You're listening to Don Topley, Glenn Speller and Jonathan Deutsch. And if you'd like to get in touch, you can tweet us at BBC Essex Sport, Toppers Senior and at Jonathan Deutsch. Email us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. We'd love to have your interactions, memories, Essex and Yorkshire of old. Always a humdinger of a game. And I remember when you were talking this morning, the pair of you were talking about a famous game at Leighton. Roger Wrightson, I think it was, where he got hit in the teeth. That's always by Fred Truman. I know in Essex folklore with the older players that story is often recounted. Very much so. Nice to see Joe Root back. Was he always going to play this game? Was there a chance of him playing earlier in the season?
I don't think so. I think it's usually a process of a chat between player and county, isn't it? And if the England leash has been loosened, then if they feel like they're able to play, then yeah, that's fine. I don't think he was ever going to play last week, but I think before last week's game it was a case of he may well be playing next week, and that's proved to be the case. Paul Spencer sends in an email which refers to you, Toppers.
Right. Do I owe money? Bess.
I'll try and get it in between these deliveries.
Is about to start his over. His new spell. It's going to come round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook. A slip and a back pad on the leg side. A ring on the offside and the leg side. Bess is in round the wicket, gave it a little bit of air, played on the front foot into the onside. There is no run.
Yeah, so he says, "Hi Toppers, can you please answer something for me? I have at home an old black and white glossy photo of myself playing for a Lancashire League 11 against an MCCYC.
Oh yes. Bess waiting, standing still, off he goes. Gets to the crease, bowls short, it's cut, and it goes for 4. It's finally cut, and it's gone through sort of, I would call it fly slip area, but Alistair Cook gets 4, Essex get 4, 83-2.
He goes on, this was around the Burnley area, and for a couple of years MCCYC would come up here and play a few matches at the end of season in the early 80s. On the photo is Phil Tufnell, Phil de Freitas, and I think the young Toppers, fresh from his sub-fielding exploits earlier in the Test match that summer, alongside Dermot Reeve. More in a moment.
Bess, round the wicket. Cook raises his bat, comes forward with a dead bat face, just plays it into the offside, no run.
It was getting on 40 years ago, and I can't be sure if the former two were there then. All 4 were involved in the 1992 World Cup a few years later. Any memory of it, or am I completely wrong, says Paul Spencer.
Gosh, he could be right, Paul. Best bowls. This is short. It's cut out to the man at backward point. There is no run. Well fielded in the end. Yes, we used to travel up, and I was. Who were the aforementioned Daffy de Freitas?
Yeah, Tuffers.
Yeah, they were on the.
Dermot Reeve.
And Dermot, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely quite possible. They were all contemporaries of mine on the MCC Young Cricketer staff. Best bowls, a little quicker, a little fuller, driven by Sir Alistair Cook out to mid-on where there is no run. 83-2.
He also goes on, orange balls used in the 87-88 McDonald's Cup in Australia. Again, there's footage on YouTube of Beefy playing for Queensland, but visibility is rather poor.
Yeah. Bess comes in, bowls. This is an attempted cut. It goes straight out to backward point where Revis does the fielding, and that's the end of the over. The 39th over of Essex's innings, and Essex have moved to 83-2. The one thing about these coloured balls, okay, and I know you and Glenn had a good discussion with many people contributing to you. Look, because of the artificial dye that has to be used. They're not where the tanning of the leather and the red is a natural dye in the proper cricket balls. We still struggle to produce a proper cricket ball with artificial dye that can keep a shine and which can be used for conventional swing. And that is one of the greatest arts in cricket, is the conventional swing bowling.
Yeah, Patterson bowling to Walter. No appreciable swing about that delivery, which is shouldering arms to Alfred Minns. Pads to Padder's Revenge says, afternoon Doidge, apologies for being a party pooper, but the wait for a hat-trick in professional cricket can't be as long as the young uns' hat-trick are 3 wickets in 3 balls in the same game. Or hat-tricks are 3 wickets in 3 balls in the same game. So a hat-trick over 2 seasons,
gosh,
according to that, does not count. Good delivery from Patterson here. Now then, Walter has a little flash at that one, and could have been a feather on another day, but fortunately for the batsman, misses out.
Yeah, it was a little wider, probably was of a ball of length, but just a bit wider, and I think he will kick himself, or even Sir Alistair Cook might say something to Paul Walter: don't give it away now.
Walter waits then, Patterson in again. That's more circumspect in dropping it into the offside. We really could do with a canopy, couldn't we, on the front of the com box here when the sun shines.
What in?
Can't see a thing.
Hang on a minute. We only bring it out in the summer.
Well, the sun.
Yeah, we only bring it out when the summer. So that's June the 24th, isn't that right? That's what you told me earlier.
Meteorologically.
No, it's always summer in Chelmsford.
Patterson, in he comes to bowl to Walter.
Bowled.
He does what he's done several times so far, and that's play with control, opening the face, running it wide of the cordon, and picking up 2 runs down through third man.
Best does that sliding stop well, doesn't he, when he chases after a ball? He does that so athletically, so nonchalantly.
Yeah, he's usually muckiest player on pitch for Yorkshire.
Is he?
Yeah,
is he?
He's always got the green stripes.
Is he? But he does that sliding stop where he gets up and throws in so quick time.
Yeah, quick across the ground. Good fielder all round, really. Good catcher as Patterson's next delivery is pushed to mid-on by Walter. Revis doing the fielding.
Still got the 3 slips in for Walter, and we saw how he played a miss earlier this over where he just lost his concentration a little bit, and that is why the captain Patterson has got the 3 men waiting. Only 2 for Sir Alistair Cook, but 3 for Walter. So the captain's got it right at the moment.
And here comes Patterson. Yeah, nick from Walter, but it's on its way down again, and it goes between second and third slips. They're both sprawled on the floor in despair. Brook from first slip fields, and they get 2 runs for it, but well, they've both edged, these 2 batsmen, and neither chance has carried, neither's been snaffled here. So you are thinking, are they standing close enough? There's been queries about that from within already. Adam Lyons had a couple dropped short. And you'd have to say a stride further up might just help.
Yeah, last week here against Northamptonshire, both teams got a few edges, but they always fell short. And I know we're still in the early part of the season. Last week we were in April, but you know, the catches were falling short. You'd always rather see it drop than fall short. Bess is in this time. Cook comes forward, plays with an open face bat, sensibly into the covers. There is no run. Slip and a forward short leg on the leg side, waiting. Ring of 3 on the leg side, ring of 4 on the offside. I think you need a cap, Mr. Doidge.
A cap?
Don't you? Shall I?
I think I just can't see the screen.
Best talking to his captain at mid-on. Comes back to his mark, twisting the ball in his hand. It's in his right hand. Off he goes. Right arm around the wicket. Cook Cook laps, he goes for a shout. I'm afraid I don't think I could give that. I'm interested, but I tend to agree with the umpire that it was probably hasn't done enough, and it's not out. Cook goes for a sweep shot, misses it, hits the pads, and it's given not out.
Couldn't see, it was too sunny.
Yeah, yes, it might have even pitched outside leg.
So not a lot going for it in the end then, really?
No. Just didn't look right to me. And he comes again. He bowls, gives it a lot more air. This time Cook drives out to Joe Root at mid-off. There is no run.
John Logan has emailed in with regard to the seasons, but John, I just can't I can see that bit, but I can't see the rest of the screen because of the sunlight. I shall try my best to read it.
I'm going to make a suggestion to you. It might help.
Take the rest of the day off?
Bess is in. This time a little slower. Cook waits for it. It comes, arrives on his bat, plays with soft hands into the offside, no run. What would happen if you simply took your chair back the 2 steps and got elevated? You'll be out of the sun and you could have your... Or am I being silly? As Bess bowls outside off, it's driven out to Kunaratri at cover. There is no run. 87 for 2. You're listening to ball by ball commentary from Chelmsford. Yorkshire are the visitors to Essex here, who have been asked to bat. 87 for 2. So Alistair Cook on 42. He's facing Bess. Bess is driven out to, I think, Revis on that drive, catching, but there is no run. End of the over, 87 for 2. That's 41 overs completed.
Okay, I'll try to read this mail. It might take until tea. Good afternoon, JD, says John. Indeed, you are correct regarding receiving correspondence about the seasons. Here we go. Whether it's Chelmsford or any other part of the UK today, it isn't summer. The weather conditions at Chelmsford may well be summer-like, as of course you know that the current season is spring. Likewise, you could have a spring-like day in the winter season. The word you were searching for was astronomical as opposed to meteorological. Astronomical seasons are more accurate as they are driven by the equinoxes and solstices. Summer begins on the summer solstice, 21st of June. You said I didn't get that right, I just didn't use astronomical. For weather purposes, the Met Office contrived meteorological seasons, and they are in 3-month periods beginning at the start of the month's meteorological summer starts on the 1st of June. Again, I think I'm taking some credit for that. John, thank you though for clarifying.
Good.
I do sometimes watch Countryfile, and when it gets to that time of the year, the weatherman comes on or weather girl comes on and says it's now officially meteorological. I can't say that. It's weather summer. I think we'll call it that, as Patterson's in and it's wide of off stump and Walter leaves.
What I have noticed in that particular ball, since we had the over that you described, last over from the Hayes close end, is look how much closer third slippers come in. When they actually get down onto their haunches and wait for the bowler to release the ball, have a look at where slip is and gully is, third slip in particular. It's quite interesting. He's come much further forward.
Patterson to Walter, who drives nicely there. Didn't try and hit that too hard. Timed it well through the covers. It's running away towards the boundary, but it's been pulled in for the concession of 3. Don Bess giving chase. So 90 in fact for 2. Cook 42, Walter 19. It's Cook back on strike here. Sun fortunately has gone in for the moment, so I can see a little bit more about what's going on, and in comes Stephen Patterson once again towards Cook. It's
good leave.
Yeah, angled in and then holds its line. So just still the 2 slips in place, the short extra cover. George Hill in that catching position, but yet to be brought into play. And they've not really changed too much in the field, Yorkshire, since the first ball this morning. They have got a man in a catch for a flick to the leg side, like a straight mid-wicket position. Looks like it's David Milan. Sunglasses on the cap as ever. And here is Patterson again. It's just dropped into the leg side by Cook. It is indeed Milan who goes and picks it up.
Certainly looks a pitch of slow pace to me. Very slow. Certainly no great pace in the middle of the wicket. This might quicken up a little bit. It might change a little bit by day 4 with all the traffic that goes across. It might become a little bit more uneven.
Patterson to Cook again, who's shouldering arms. Yeah, and also, I'm not sure what the local forecast is for the next 2 or 3 days, but I think it's nationwide. It's pretty good, isn't it? So
yeah, you might. Yeah, there is the odd heavier shower about, but I think it's getting better towards the weekend.
So moisture content that may have been there this morning should be drying out. In terms of that, batting should, you would think, get a little bit easier for a day or two at least. In comes the Yorkshire captain again, and another good Cook leave to a ball just outside off stump, so end of the over, and that's now 42 bowled in this Essex first innings, then 90 for 2.
Those last 2 deliveries were good. It was good cricket actually. They were well bowled. There were balls that were going away from around the wicket to the left-hander, but Cook was equally watchful and wary of the ball moving away, so he was happy to leave. And disciplined, watchful, well, that's what you need to have to be a very good opening batsman.
So Best going to continue. Struck with his, or in his first over, of course. Broke that second wicket partnership at 56.
I was really impressed with him this morning in his spell. Really, I thought he bowled well at Sir Alistair Cook. Where he's bowling now to Paul Water, this time slightly full. Water comes forward, plays it back to the bowler on the front foot. No run. Sun's gone in, as you've just highlighted, 20 past 2, and we've got a goodish crowd here. And they've got, most notably, more on the public side of the ground as opposed to the pavilion side. This time Water comes forward, where he plays with the full face of the bat into the leg side. There is no run. The public side is that far side on the leg side from where we're facing at the moment. And a lot more people are over there, into the sunshine. Best bowls driven into the offside by Walter, goes straight to the fielder. That is David Milan, who has scored some very good runs over the years here at Chelmsford for Middlesex. Bess on his way in, a little bit quicker, driven into the leg side. There is no run.
Nick Briggs says, hi Jonathan, great to see Joe Root back in the side for Yorkshire. We're back down to number 10 with him in the side, but can't help feeling the seam bowling attack is very light, and bowling Essex out twice could be a problem. Really need either Ralph, Fisher or Code back for the next match.
Bess bowls, this is a little ball of width. Oh, well fielded by David Milan. No, it wasn't. It was Hill. Yep. Very well fielded that was. That's save 4.
You'll not see Fisher back in the next match, Nick, because they've already said he's going to be out for
this is a back injury.
Yeah.
Is it anything more than a hot spot or a strain? This time there's playing a miss as he goes to cut, does Walter, but it's the end of the over, 90 for 2. So
the club's official line is that it's a stress reaction.
Right, so that's okay. I always see that or hear that as, with my limited experiences, you're on the way and a bit of time out might help him recover. So you're on the way to possibly something more substantial, i.e. a stress fracture, or there are so many about. But he's got a bit of perhaps if he's been scanned, he might have a hot spot of note.
I'm no medic, but I believe a stress fracture is worse than a stress reaction.
And Ralph is a side strain?
Yep. Here's Patterson bowling to Cook, who's on the back foot, punching into the offside, but Thompson there at cover does the fielding. No run.
Side strains are horrible injuries for a bowler, because sometimes they can go, but they can also return. They can linger too. Side strains are just horrible to have as a bowler. You think you've got rid of it, and there it is again.
Here's Patterson in once again to Cook, who gets an inside contact on this one to mid-wicket where Karuna Ratner feels it was intended to go through the offside. Paul Spencer's on again. Hi gents, one of the great pities of the modern era is the almost complete demise of outgrounds away from county HQs. Off the top of my head, since I started to follow the game in the late 60s, I can recall for Yorkshire, Hull, Harrogate, Sheffield, Aberdale Park and Bramall Lane, Scarborough, York and Middlesbrough, and for Essex, Ilford, Southend and Colchester. Toppers memories of those back in the day, question mark. Maybe after this ball from Patterson to Cook, who punches to short extra cover where Hill fields no run.
All of them, really. In terms of home games, I can remember playing Yorkshire in a very famous game at Southend when, in 1989, we got deducted 25 points from the ECB, TCCB, and we lost the championship. And it was
right.
Southend week. Southend week. Cook plays on the back foot into the leg side, no run. Harry Brind was sort of the ECB, TCCB curators chap who used to go round. We got deducted those points having had a game against Yorkshire and then a game against 2 3-day games against Kent, and we were warned against Yorkshire, and then in the Kent game we lost the points having won it, and we lost the championship based on that decision.
Here's Patterson to Cook, shouldering arms.
I remember a controversial Sunday League game at Aberdale Park where there was a couple of wides in the last over, which we still would suggest they were not wide, and we lost to Yorkshire. Aberdale Park, I enjoyed that. It was lovely. Scarborough, I
Can't have been Lancastrian umpires then, can they? Here's Patterson coming in again past umpire. Tim Robinson angled in towards off stump, but then holds its line, and Cook, knowing exactly where his off stump is, leaves again. Patterson 14 overs 5 maidens, none for 24, 44 overs bowled, and with Cook 42 and Walter 19. Essex 90 for 2, and I'm going to have to pop off to do an update in a few minutes time.
Well, the reason I enjoyed Yorkshire, I had a great rapport with a great number of your former players, and some of the players sadly are no longer with us. Phil Carrick, David Bairstow. Gosh, for me, I used to look up to them because I was a little younger. They were very established players at Yorkshire, and I had great respect for them all. As this time the ball's played off the back foot by Walter. Walter is a tall man looking to play predominantly on the front foot, but this time he hung back, and Bess thought he had his man for a moment. He had his arms above his head. Good piece of bowling there from Bess. Coming round the wicket. In he comes again. Split field. Bowls a little bit quicker. Walter comes forward, smothers the spin, plays into the leg side. There is no run. Cloud's gone in, but we're going to be very fortuitous this afternoon. We're going to see a considerable amount of sun. I really do believe that, looking westerly. Behind the pavilion it looks good. This time given a bit of air. Walter comes forward, plays with the full face of the bat. Lots of applause from the Yorkshire fielders, especially around the bat. Bowling nicely, bowling tight. Is England's sort of second spinner, as in Bess. Round the wicket again to Walter. Walter pushes into the offside, no run. And we welcome back the boss at BBC Essex, Mr. Glenn Speller.
We're not the boss.
Boss, you're my boss.
Right, barely.
Shall I call you governor?
If I had a door which said managing on it, it would have the word just in front of it.
Never heard that one before. Bess in a game, bowls. Short, forced off the back foot, straight bat, into the covers. There is no run. All quite quiet for the last couple of overs. Cook's been watchful, and Best seems to be bowling a lot at Paul Walter just at this moment. Walter doesn't really play the sweet shot. He's quite a tall man. This time, soft hands, plums forward and just smothers a spin. End of the over, 90 for 2. We've had 45 overs here, and you're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and other Yorkshire stations, and indeed 5 Live Sports Extra. Welcome to you all.
So whenever Paul Walter steps out onto the field for Essex, invariably there's talk about how tall he is and the size of his shoes and that sort of thing. Alex is a Somerset fan listening in on the way back from London and hearing chat about Walter's height. I'm 6'9", says Alex, and have size 15 shoes. You wouldn't happen to know where I could find size 15 cricket spikes, he says. P.S. First game of the club season this weekend, playing for Shillingston Cricket Club. Well, if you manage to get new boots between now and then, you'll probably have blisters come the close.
Well, I can tell you, I know a gentleman that has size 14,
right,
and he gets them from a very well-known department store, family store in Ipswich.
Okay.
I'm not really permitted to mention the name, but they are unique to Ipswich and I think Felixstowe.
I'm not sure if that's helping Alex playing for Shillingston this weekend. However, we continue, and this first ball of this next over from Thompson is nudged into the onside by Cook, who jogs through for a single. He moves on to 43, and it's 91 for 2. Michelle says, I'm a bit late to the party, but I have very fond memories of the old box that Essex used to use. It used to house the club shop spares, and myself and my sister used to be allowed to sit on the top deck watching the cricket surrounded by boxes. I still have my 1979 winners coaster, she says. Although born and bred in Berkshire and now living in Wiltshire, I've never stopped supporting Essex. Thompson's in once again, and Walter allows that one to pass through for no addition to the score. Best wishes, says Michelle. We've had some great memories of the old scoreboard. The old, like a removals van, didn't it? Going around the county, and
it did.
If you get, so I mentioned earlier, if you got stuck behind out on the A12, you were in trouble because there was just all this smoke used to.
I still think it's behind the indoor school.
Well, I was told it was used quite a lot at Leighton as well. It used to be used quite a lot at Leighton. Obviously, it used to go to all the outgrounds as well.
It did.
I thought it was long gone. Here's Thompson in and bowling to Walter. Walter on the drive this time, and that flashes past Hill at third slip and goes down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. A few oohs and ahs from the bowler and the remaining 2 slips as well, but Hill put out the left paw at it and couldn't get near it. 95 for 2.
Don't think it was a chance. It was a great effort from Hill. It's evaded him at third slip, probably gone fourth slip, but moral victory once again, and it's probably a boundary that we haven't seen for some considerable time.
Yeah, it was out there, and Walter took the invitation, and I guess he always thought, as long as I get something on it and I've played it forcefully enough, then I expect that to get at least 4 runs. Here's Thompson back into Walter, 3 slips down. That's straighter from Thompson, and Walter plays up to mid-on for no run. Now, we were talking a little bit earlier on as well about the pavilion at Leighton. A couple of people saying they've been past it recently and saying it's looking in a bit of a dilapidated state and that sort of thing. It's actually grade 2 listed, the cricket pavilion, and it is going to be saved as well. There are plans to save it and a public body to come in and restore it as well. So that's some good news. Here's Thompson.
Very important, that.
In and bowling to Walter. Walter on the drive up to mid-off, and he'll pick up no run. England recently published its Heritage at Risk Register, and the pavilion at Leighton was on it, and he's going to be saved. There's a public body going to come in, do some work on it, restore it, and put it back.
Good, that's
to
good.
its former glories, because it is. Someone was mentioning earlier on, they jog past it every day, and they were very disappointed to see the site and the state that it's in. So that is some good news. As Thompson is in and bowling to Walter, and Walter pushes back to the bowler for no addition to the score.
No, that's really good news. That's really important. I mean, Leighton, for the East End of London, the cricket, it's become a hub there. Arfan Adnam has been hugely influential and very important to the community there in raising cricket and raising Essex County Cricket Club's profile, and it's really important to have a facility which they can use, and it probably isn't going to be used just for cricket either. So good luck to all of them, everyone involved in the refurbishment of the pavilion at at Leighton. Bess on his way in this time. Cook comes forward. He hasn't bowled at Cook for a couple of overs. Comes forward, plays into the offside, no run. Slipping a bat pad, the ring on the offside of 4, ring on the leg side of 3. And Cook, who had attempted a sweep shot, they went up for an LBW. There isn't a man back, but this time Cook cuts and he cuts in between 2 fielders and it races away for 4. Square cut, beautifully executed to the pavilion boundary. He moves to 47. Essex 99 for 2. Super shot.
Yeah, they got Karunaratne at station just on the edge of the square there, but it even raced past him as well, and he's by no means a slouch, but that was a superb piece of timing from Alistair Cook.
Little ball, a little width there as he bowls again, this time an immaculate forward defensive played into the offside. There is no run.
Elsewhere, Hampshire 102 for 2 against Gloucestershire, Warwickshire 118 for 3 batting up at Lancashire, and Surrey 101 for 3 against Northamptonshire. Half century for Rory Burns there.
Bess round the wicket to Cook. Cook comes forward, decent stride there, plays with the full face of the bat into the offside, no run.
In Division 2, Leicestershire going okay, 107 for 1 in Wales against Glamorgan. Sussex also 138 for 1 against Middlesex, and Durham as well 134 for 1 against Worcestershire.
Bess bowls short, or inside edge, goes out to really fine leg off the man at 45, saving 1. There is no run. Just mistimed that by Cook, has tried to force it off the back foot.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com and at BBC Essex Sport if you want to contact us from the Essex perspective. We'll get the contact details from Jonathan when he rejoins us.
Bess, little ball of width but left alone, slightly slower, just offered a fraction of turn through to the keeper. End of the over, 99 for 2. We've had 47 overs here at Chelmsford.
Thanks to Carl for his email as well. It says, I saw my first ever Essex game at the age of 7 at Castle Park in Colchester. The opposition, Yorkshire. It was a John Player Sunday League game which Yorkshire won by 9 runs. I remember being excited just to see Jeff Boycott playing. He only scored 16 and Ray East took 5 wickets as Yorkshire made 142 for 8 in their 38 overs. Essex all out for 133. Brian Hardy top scoring with 24.
Some great names there. Boycott, Raymond East, Brian Hardy.
And Carl's also provided the scorecard as well. I'll just go through the names in a little bit because it does evoke great memories. 99 for 2 as Thompson comes in and bowls to Walter, who plays defensively for no run. Carl says, looking at the scorecards, some of the names who played that day bring back some great memories. To name but a few: Jeff Boycott, Bill Athy, Chris Auld, David Bairstow, Graham Gooch, Ken McEwen, Keith Fletcher and John Lever. Those were the days, says Carl, up there in Clacton-on-Sea. It must be nice up there today, Carl.
Yes, as long as there's not a sea fret, or what do they call it, an onshore breeze.
Here's Thompson into Walter, still with the 3 slips in, and Walter just watches that go across him and through to Duke behind the stumps for Yorkshire. There's no run, 99 for 2.
The captain's got it right, hasn't he, because we've seen the ball fall short or fall wide of 3rd slip. So for Walter they've got the extra slip in, and for Cook they've put him into the ring. So that just proves that the captain's got it right in many respects. It's a hunch, or whatever you'd like to describe it. It's the right thing to do.
Thompson's going to switch to round the wicket now to Walter. He's in and bowling, and same result. Walter just shoulders arms and allows that to go through for no run once more. I think there's lots of us grew up. Lots of people now will grow up and remember in years to come, I grew up watching T20 blast cricket, going down and getting all the autographs and the noise and the music and the flamethrowers, etc. But lots of us of a certain age will have grown up with the John Player League and the 40-over game and Sunday Grandstand we were mentioning in the last game, watching it on Sunday Grandstand or getting out and watching your first cricket for the lunchtime starts. Here's Thompson into Walter, and Walter again lets that one go through for no run. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, and 5 Live Sports Extra with you from Chelmsford. Glenn Speller, Don Topley and Jonathan Doidge watching in the sunshine here at Chelmsford. We hope it's sunny wherever you happen to be listening, or indeed watching on the live stream as well.
It's the first game that we've commentated on without coats?
I think it is. I kept my jacket on for the entirety
did?
of the Northamptonshire
It was
match
no- it-
last
it was
week.
noted.
Yes.
But we've just
have.
in shirt sleeve or a little jumper.
Thompson, this one's fuller, and Walter jabbing the bat down on it, rolls up to mid-on for no run, and a hand on the chin from Thompson as he just watches the movement of the batsman.
And we've got 3 of the 4 windows available open,
See?
which tells you, and the sun's bursting through. It's delightful here at Chelmsford, and I'm looking at the limp flags. Summer is here. This is what we
Not
want.
according to our friend to our right.
No.
Here is Thompson. In again to Walter, and Walter just tucking that one behind square on the onside, and they'll jog through for a single, and that brings up the 3 figures for Essex. It's come in the 48th over. In fact, with exactly 48 overs elapsed, Essex are 100 for 2. These two have done a really good job. Cook has 47, and Walter has moved on to 25.
Well, Yorkshire would have been excited, one, to have won the toss, put Essex in, and then third ball of the morning, they got a wicket and, 0 for 1, and now Essex are 100 for 2. Just, we said at lunchtime it was the morning session was split, but the hour we've had in this afternoon session, I have to say, probably belongs to Essex. Can Bess, who's going to start a new over, drag it back, wrestle it back? He's bowling to Paul Walter with a slip and a back pad in. This time it's a good delivery. He's bowled nicely this morning and after lunch. It's respected back to the bowler on the front foot. No run.
Partnership's worth 44 from 165 deliveries, but it was all about both settling down and batting for Essex, and batting.
Best bowls driven into the offside. Just a gentle push drive, a little bit more than a forward defensive.
Especially given the recent first innings record. Paul Walter went on record talking to BBC Essex after the game against Northamptonshire, and Anthony McGrath after the opening day and day 2 against Northamptonshire, talking about first innings runs being so crucial.
This time well bowled, nice ball, bit of loop. He had to stretch, did the big man. Came forward on the front foot, played with soft hands, just had to reach a little more and played it sensibly, smartly, safely into the offside.
Best bowling with the shades on now.
Yeah, he
Simon
does that a
Harman
lot,
does that
doesn't
on
he?
occasion as well, doesn't
Yeah, Graham Swan, I would never be able to do that. He bowls. This time another good delivery. Bowling in good rhythm here is Bess. Impressive. Not getting much response off this wicket, just varying his pace, taking his time between balls, something that I've always felt that he didn't always do. He seemed to be rushed. In he comes, bowls, a little shorter, played off the back foot, where this time Walter doesn't play any cross-bat shots, he just smartly plays it back down the wicket with a straight bat. The number 4 today wants to bat here for a long period of time. Man on the offside has been moved across from the leg side, catching in front of his eye line. This time bowls and smothers a spin for the end of the over. A good over, 100 for 2.
Not sure if you did Mike's tweet a bit earlier. It says, I'm enjoying the commentary immensely, as always. Leighton and its scoreboard have some provenance, and he's going to talk about what we spoke about briefly earlier on, because it was the ground where the still record championship opening stand of 555 was made. There was a debatable no ball, which had to be rediscovered to validate the score. It says, Mike.
Gosh.
555. Imagine commentating on that.
Well, thank you to Colin, who's tweeted us. Oh, I've just lost it. He says, really enjoying the first game today on free-to-air in the UK.
Thompson around the wicket to Cook, who lets that one go through, and there's no run.
Incredible skills, especially spin bowling these days. I hope I see some of the girls, women, in English men's cricket one day. Interesting. Interesting. There are a few who like the idea.
Saw spin used as great effect in the recent Women's World Cup as well. As Thompson, at the end of his run in the Hayes close end, in the distance, comes thundering in and bowls to Cook. Cook on the drive, slightly uppish, but it's no harm done as it's stopped by the man at extra cover and there's no run. Cook, who has moved on to 47 from 136 deliveries, and Paul Walter going about his business quietly and circumspectly as is his wont. He's unbeaten on 24, still searching for that maiden first-class century, got in the 90s on a couple of occasions, hasn't quite got over the line.
No, nervous 90s. Getting over the first is normally the benchmark.
Thompson into Cook, who pushes defensively back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I wonder what the conversation was like between Sir Alistair Cook and Joe Root, because I know they met this morning on the ground. I wonder, you know, past England captains. I wonder what the conversation was like.
Yeah. How many runs did you get? Yeah, but how many more am I going to get? Right. Yeah, they shared a few words. There was in excess of 22,300 test runs, I think, between the pair of them, Messrs Root and Cook. And it's Cook receiving this next ball from Thompson on the drive, and a diving stop out to his left-hand side by the other former England captain, Joe Root.
Yep, great respect for the pair of them, but in particular Joe Root. I've been lucky enough to sort of travel and watch Joe on various tours where he's got his hundreds. Remarkable player.
Thompson in and bowling to Cook. Cook, oh, an airy fairy drive at that one, and it goes through. There's not a touch on it, and Duke takes it 100 for 2. In fact, that's George Hill stood there extra cover, and Root is at mid-off.
Yes.
John in Mentmore in Buckinghamshire on the email, bbcscricket@gmail.com, says, about 10 years ago I had the pleasure of a tour of the famous mobile Essex scoreboard during a county match at Castle Park in Colchester. Brief tour, was it, John? I mentioned how I'd seen it in my youth around the then many outgrounds in Essex. More on that in a second. Thompson comes in once again to Cook, and Cook on the drive up to mid-off, and there'll be no run there. John goes on to say, I was told the scoreboard I was now in was in fact the second edition of that board, dating I think from 1973. The original, after many years of service, had reached the end of its life and was retired to the scrap heap. Thank you for the commentary in the chat. End of the over in Essex at 100 for 2.
I wasn't aware it was the second one. I always thought it was a bus once, but it wasn't. It was a removals lorry.
Yeah, Guy says, I have fond memories of the furniture lorry scoreboard at Ilford and Leighton in the mid-70s, but probably its greatest claim to fame is appearing at Stamford Bridge for the first ever day-night game in England. Graham Gooch scored the easiest 100 of his career, and Essex beat the West Indies on run rate. It was a bizarre experience. Thanks for the commentary.
It's true. There was a very short leg side and offside boundary. quite long straight, but very short square of the wicket.
Well, you see, it quite short square of the wicket, but even then, it was the old Stamford Bridge. They would have had the cinder track going around it, wouldn't they?
Yeah. No one wanted to dive on that, funny enough.
You do surprise me.
Best to continue. Round the wicket to Walter. Walter comes forward, plays and allows the ball through to the keeper. Decent stride, no worries there, although Bess was interested.
Here's Paul on the emails as well. Says, interesting email from Carl in Clacton about some of the great old names he watched in the Sunday League, Boycott et al.
Bess on his way in, away from us. He bowls slightly shorter, played into the leg side, no run.
I think, says Paul, the Essex wicketkeeper in the glory days of the late 70s and early 80s was a Yorkshireman, Neil Smith.
Correct.
Didn't look by today's standards an athlete, but always capable and contributed useful runs. Sadly, no longer with us, says Paul.
Is correct. Bess again. Round the wicket, bowls, bit of loop there, played into the offside, well bowled, no run.
Alex says, thanks for the commentary. Watching this from Orange, New South Wales, Australia. As un-Australian as it sounds, Alistair Cook's my biggest cricketing hero and inspired me to take up the role of opening batter for my team.
Bess on his way in, slips down. This time it's well played into the leg side, no run, well bowled.
Not as successful, obviously, says Alex. I also share his shirt number of 26. I recently came back from a 6-day hike on the Larapinta Trail in the Northern Territory, where I spent my downtime during the trek reading his autobiography.
Oh, well done. Great to hear from you. Good day, or probably good evening to you. Bess bowls, gives it a lot of loop there. Driven out to mid-off where it is fielded, no run.
Yes, I'm thinking 10 hours ahead or 11 hours ahead, possibly.
10 now, isn't it?
Yeah, so if
daylight
it's 10,
saving,
it's like it's getting on for 10 to 1 in the morning.
And he's listening to us. Send him to sleep.
Well,
this is
quite.
driven up to mid-off, end of the over. That's a good over from Don Best there. 100 for 2. Alistair Cook on 47, and with him Paul Walter on 24.
And Sangmesh as well says, I'm an international student from India studying in Anglia Ruskin University, just down the road from us. Says, I'm a big fan of Alistair Cook, watched a couple of games live in the 2019 summer, luckily got a chance to meet him and took a photo. Such a down-to-earth person.
He is, and do you know what? He is so good with those photographs. Absolutely, he's a great ambassador, and he is down to earth, and it's great to see, and he is a very enjoyable person to meet. They always say never meet your heroes,
yeah.
But he is one person who won't let you down.
I met mine once.
Who was that?
I won't say, because I was disappointed.
Oh no!
Yeah, I was disappointed. It hasn't stopped my admiration for him, but
what
I was
sport?
disappointed. I won't even say that.
Oh no!
Jordan Thompson around the wicket is coming in and bowling to Cook, who just works that into the onside where it stopped.
Glenn, you can't
mid-wicket
leave
for
me
no
with
run.
half a story.
I can tell you off air, but I can't tell you on air.
Oh, Glenn, you'll have me guessing.
No, we'll be here all afternoon. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport
How
on
good was
Twitter.
the snooker?
Oh, snooker was fantastic. He wasn't a snooker player, by the way.
Okay, I wasn't making. How good was the snooker? I know you love the snooker.
I do. As Thompson is around the wicket once again and into Cook, and Cook on the drive, and that will race away for 4 runs. No more really from Cook than just putting the bat there, and the timing takes it away, and he goes to yet another half century, waves his bat to all 4 sides of the ground. He goes to 51, and the Essex score moves to 104 for 2. It's a sight we are so used to. Alistair Cook driving and picking up 4 runs and saluting another batting milestone.
He was so annoyed getting out to slip, chasing a wide one against Northamptonshire last week. He's certainly going to try and make Yorkshire pay for his mistake last week. So well done, Sir Alistair.
The snooker was fantastic. Judd Trump, such a good comeback to keep that alive and take that all the way into the final part of the final session, as Thompson's in once again and Cook just puts his bat there and plays defensively for no run. 104 for 2 is the score. You can imagine I was very popular over the weekend. Shall we go in? Well, the snooker's on. Well, I'm going to go in with the snooker's on.
Yeah, I was quite diplomatic. I sort of turned over or watched a little bit when somebody wasn't in the room. But last night, I do watch only a little bit of football these days because there's so much on.
Thompson in, and Cook was a little wave at that one down the leg side. Dukes tipped it round the post, but we'll pick it up before they even think about the bye. 104 for 2.
Last night, I thought, I'll just have a look to see how Man City are doing. And I caught a little bit of action. I caught the last 5 minutes, then the and then the extra time, and unbelievable.
It was a special evening.
Unbelievable.
A lot of these Champions League games can just come and bypass you, but that's one that will go through the ages, I think, as Thompson's in and bowling to Cook, who just pushes defensively into the onside. And again, there is no run. Simon on the email says, enjoying the commentary, it makes shirking/working from home much more enjoyable. I hope you work for yourself, Simon, or your employers.
Don't blame us. Don't blame us.
He says Essex are going to continue to struggle to win games when scoring at 2 or 2.5 runs and over. It's been an issue for the past 2 seasons. Well, I've been mentioning Surrey, who've been struggling to put runs on at any kind of pace this season, and it does sort of seem across the board that scoring quickly has been a problem for sides at the start of this season. Thompson's in again, and Cook allows that to go through. That is the end of the over, and Essex are 104 for 2, 52 overs gone now in the match, and so they are going at exactly 2 runs and over.
Yeah.
But
I know what you mean.
But the factor almost seems to be now, bat big, don't worry how long it takes you, bat big, and put the opposition under pressure. Yeah,
it's interesting. The psychology of it, interesting for me, because I think bowling sides, you don't necessarily take the risk always to bowl them out. I think you are happy just to sit in and bore them into a little bit of submission. And I think the batsmen are happy to do that as well, and they try not to lose your wicket. And so I think we're in a sort of stalemate affair as Bess starts a new over. 2 men round the bat, he bowls. This is nicely bowled up to the man on the drive, where there is no chance of a dismissal nor any run. Well bowled.
Yeah, he's bowled well today. Don Bess has the one reward so far.
Yeah, he really has. Can't stress that enough, actually. Really been impressed with him. He's taken his time at the back of his mark, not being rushed. Comes down the wicket, he's driven down the ground. That's a good looking shot, and it's gone for 4. 4 beneath us. We could see him move early. Bess had already bowled, so he'd already committed his delivery, but Walter came down, got to the pitch of the ball and executed brilliantly. Didn't try to hit it too hard, he just punched it out in the air over the top for 4.
Brings up the 50 partnership as well for these two, of which Walter has got 28 of them.
Walter waiting. Bess bowling. This time a little bit more air, well bowled. Where it goes into the offside route, does the fielding no run.
Wasn't necessarily a bad ball either. I just think Walters just doesn't want to be dictated to too much. Just wants to let Bess know that, you know, you're not just going to pin us down from one end for the rest of the afternoon. Jonathan was mentioning earlier on, and we've seen it a few times, just varying his pace. Bess on occasion.
Bowls again. This time it comes down the wicket. He's looking for a single. It's driven. Reeves does the fielding. I think it is. No, is it George Hill? No, it's Joe Root at cover, where he does a good bit of fielding. He parries it to mid off where there is no run. Walter did entertain taking the single though. Good bit of fielding by the former England captain. Bess on his way in again. Bowls. Clipped into the leg side, goes straight to the fielder. Mid wicket, there is no run.
Thanks to Paul as well for his email. Says all the nostalgia about the old scoreboard of Essex had me scrolling through some pictures. Here's one from Colchester, the 12th of July 2014, on the return of festival cricket. I'll mention that in a second.
Bess comes down the wicket. That's driven. He meets it on the full. He comes down, does the big man. He comes down a little further, hits it on the full through the vacant extra cover. It goes to the Tom Pearce stand for 4. Good, 2 good shots that over. 108 becomes 112 for 2. Walter has moved to 32 and Cook 51.
Just looking at the scores here, it says 210 to win on the board, and whoever's batting is 146 for 9. So that was back in July 2014.
I'm going to guess, was that Sussex, one of Graham Napier's last games?
Could have been, possibly. It's quite a few years ago. But thank you for that, Paul.
That was at Colchester.
It was at Colchester, yeah, at the Castle Park. That's exactly how I remember that board as well.
Yeah. That's a serious guess for me, that is. Because I know Colchester was Graham Napier's one of his last games.
He was a Colchester lad, wasn't he?
He was.
As Thompson starts again from the Hayes close end, in and round the wicket to Cuckoo, off his hips, just works that behind square and comes through for a single. 113 for 2. Simon's back on and says, Essex must have been listening to me going on about the scoring rate. Paul Walter must have seen my email, he says.
Yes, he must have. Telepathy.
Obviously.
Eh? Telepathy.
Probably the mid-wicket chat. If Simon's not happy, we're going to have to try and get on with this a little bit.
Well, I think Bess was bowling so tight and nicely that he knew where the ball would roughly be. So he advanced quite late. It was a good piece of footwork by the tall Essex batsman. And the ball they changed, they're now questioning again.
The old ball, the ball measuring device is going to... Well, it's not a measuring device, it's the shape, isn't it? They push it through just to check it's not gone oval, and obviously doesn't feel quite right in the bowler's hands. In the meantime, Paul Walter wants some assistance from the pavilion, whether it's a drink or a new set of gloves or something, but he's calling someone on. But the ball is not going to be changed. It is handed back to the Yorkshire captain Steve Patterson, who will then throw it back to Jordan Thompson, and we will continue as you were. Paul Walter now says to the 12th man, just hold on a second. He's got some drinks there and another pair of gloves, so that's what's going to happen with Essex at 113 for 2. But we're back underway again. Thompson in and around the wicket with 3 slips going down crouching, and on the drive Walter slides off the face of the bat. And it's stopped at point. Paul on the emails says, interesting hearing about the floodlit match at Stamford Bridge in 1980 when Gucci hit a ton. The year after, there was a dismal floodlit T20 type end of season tournament played in damp autumnal weather on football grounds. Lancashire and Essex, I recall, played in it. It might have been at the other Old Trafford. It wasn't a successful venture and was shelved after 1 season. Yorkshire, of course, didn't want anything to do with such nonsense and didn't enter. Another event sponsored by a cigarette company back in the day, says Paul. Here's Thompson in and bowling. On the drive, Cook out to the onside, and there is no run. Well, that was the early advent, wasn't it, of trying to find new competitions, trying to get people in, floodlit cricket, and trying to get the floodlights so they covered the entirety of the ground was an issue. There'd always be a blank spot somewhere.
Yes, that's right. That was the problem for cricket. Very much. Unlike the kind of lights we've got here at Chelmsford, which are ICC approved, state of the art, 1 switch and they're bright as anything.
Thompson at the end of his run, 1 for 25 so far, halfway through his 13th in, and Walter works that one around the corner down to fine leg, and there'll just be the single there as well. 114 for 2 in the 54th over of the day. That's from the start of the season is something I've been pleased with. I mean, you shouldn't be pleased with it, you should expect it really, but the run rate, the over rate of all the teams I think we've seen, they've always been right up in and around the required over rate. 1 or 2 overs either side from the game.
+2 so here at the moment.
Yeah, you see it can be done.
Well, we've had 14 overs of Bess. He's gone for 10 maidens, 1 for 17. Pretty impressive, that.
Thompson over the wicket now to Cook, just the 2 slips in for him, and that's pushed out into the onside, and there is no run. Hill just tidies up at mid wicket, took the sharp catch off the 3rd ball of the morning to dismiss Nick Brown off the bowling of Thompson. That is the end of the over, and Essex on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations and 5 Live Sports Extra have reached 114 for 2.
Getting on for 3 o'clock. 2 slips are in place for Sir Alistair Cook. No gully.
Thompson in again, and Cook working that one into the onside, and there's no run. I thought that was the end of the over previous ball, but obviously not. 114
You're wishing your
for
life
2.
away.
So I doubt the umpires have miscounted.
Yeah,
I mean, I might
absolutely.
have, unlikely as it sounds, but I may have miscounted. Had some more school children in today as well. They were playing out on the outfield a little bit earlier on, but they have since gone home because it would be kicking out time in around about a quarter of an hour's time from the schools in and around the Chelmsford County ground. The 12th man is on now for Paul Walter, who's taking a drink, as is Alistair Cook, and there's another pair of gloves out there for Paul Walter too. He's got 33 and Cook's got 52.
Do you know anything about Dan Lawrence? How his hamstring is?
The only thing we have been told is that after it initially happened at Warwickshire, it was at Warwickshire where it happened, wasn't it? Was that it wasn't as bad as was first feared, but obviously they missed the Northamptonshire game and then missed
wasn't it
the game. No, I think it was up at Warwickshire, wasn't it? Because he only batted if required in the 2nd innings, and he did have to bat.
Right, you might be right.
I think the one you're thinking about is Joe Denley did his hamstring here for Kent I think on the first day of the game.
Bess, short. Now forced off the back foot into the leg side, but he missed it, and it's cannoned in off probably both pads, but it's no chance of an LBW, but a run scoring opportunity thus missed by Paul Walter. Well, I just it's a month till the test matches. Test match at Lords against New Zealand. I just wondered, he'll need some cricket this time. Played straight on the front foot by Walter, back to the bowl and no run.
Obviously hamstrings can take a long time. A long time. And Joe Denley out for Kent did his hamstring here, and then lo and behold, there were Essex suffering a similar thing a couple of games later.
Kent losing Jackson Bird. His season's finished like Nassim at Gloucestershire, and along with Roach at Surrey. This time it's short, it's cut into a gap. They're going to take 1. They're not going to take 2 as Kunaratne does the fielding at square cover. 1 more run to Essex, 115 for 2, and Walter goes on to 34.
So early in the season for all of those players as well. All that winter, all that fitness work you've done in the winter, all the practice, and then your body just lets you down.
Overseas pros as well. Best bowls, gives it a bit of loop. Cook comes forward, smothers the spin, plays into the leg side. There is no run. Sun's gone behind a cloud. Pleased to report that it's going to be a cracking afternoon here at Chelmsford. Hardly any wind, nice heat, good crowd, great cricket. Best bowls driven down the ground, back to Bess on his follow through. There is no run.
Surrey 121 for 3 against Northamptonshire. Warwickshire 141 for 3 against Lancashire. Hampshire 140 for 2 against Gloucestershire in Division 1.
Bess round the wicket, little bit leg stumpish. This is well fielded at short square leg where he dives towards the umpire. He saves a certain 1, 2 or even 3 runs. That's still a decent over, good shot, but no run, 115 for 2.
So Essex going along quite nicely. Yorkshire looking for the first breakthrough of the afternoon session here. On BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, 5 Live Sports Extra. And don't forget, you can take a pick of any commentary you want to listen to via the BBC Sport website and the app. Go to the cricket pages and you'll find a whole list of commentaries there, as well as the live text feed as well, covering all the actions from all of the games.
Yeah, so Dan Lawrence will need to get some cricket. I think there's only another round, isn't it, before the T20 starts? Revis is in. Change of bowling. No, it's George Hill. George Hill, number 18 on his back, comes in with his first ball, short of a length. Water goes back and across, plays with a straight back. Plays to Joe Root at short. On the drive there, on the offside.
Bit of breaking news, Don. The England and Wales Cricket Board Disciplinary Committee has ruled on a punishment for Essex over charges which were levelled at them.
Hill bowls, driven out into the offside, no run.
Now the charges relate in 2 parts: the alleged use of a racist and or discriminatory term by the then chairman of Essex County Cricket Club, John Farragher, at a board meeting on the 7th of February 2017, a charge, by the way, which John Farragher denies. And the second part of the charge was the failure of the Executive Board of Essex County Cricket Club and the General Committee to conduct an appropriate investigation.
As Hill bowls outside off stump through to the keeper, well left.
Essex County Cricket Club has admitted in full both elements of this charge, and it falls to this panel, says the Cricket Disciplinary Commission of the ECB, to consider the appropriate sanctions. And I can tell you Essex have been fined £50,000 as a result of pleading guilty to those 2 charges, £35,000 of which will be payable forthwith, with the payment of the remaining £15,000 suspended for a period of 2 years. Essex have also been cautioned as to their future conduct.
Hill bowls, played off the back foot into the offside to backward point. There is no run.
The ruling goes on to say, if Essex County Cricket Club commits any further serious breach of cricketing regulations within the 2-year period of suspension, it is likely at the discretion of the CDC the suspended element of this sanction will be brought into operation, and may be in addition to any separate sanction imposed for that further serious breach. That is breaking news. Essex County Cricket Club have fined over those 2 charges.
Hill in. Bowls, good delivery, which is respected, nice and straight, which drags Paul Water forward for no run. Well, that's breaking news. It's quite a strong statement, that.
Strong statement from the England Wales Cricket Board. That has broken in the last few moments here on the BBC. 115 for 2, Essex.
Hill in again. This is driven down the ground. He's got a little fingertip on that, but I think Sir Alistair Cook was well within his crease, so no chance of a run out. Umpire picks up the bails, he reassembles the furniture at his end. Good over and no run. 115 for 2. Paul Water 34, Sir Alistair Cook 52.
There is a full decision of the disciplinary panel available on the England and Wales Cricket Board website if you want to read that, but they are the salient parts of that ruling which has come out in the literally the last 2 or 3 minutes, which we're hearing here.
Might have to have a little read again of that to take it all in. There looks to be a number of stories within a story as well. So Bess has bowled a super spell, but I think he's been taken out of the attack, which is fine. Is it going to be Harry Brook to bowl a little? I think it is. He's going to take over from Don Bess from the River End here at Chelmsford. You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds, and indeed 5 Live Sports Extra. But he isn't going to bowl his first ball because Sir Alistair Cook is not ready. The umpire says, hang on. And Brook goes back to the end of his mark. He's bowling around the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook with a slip. 2 men on the drive, 1 on each side. Little seamers. This is down the leg side. Well taken by Harry Duke, who tries to do a stumping, but Sir Alistair Cook, listen, he's having none of it. He hasn't left his crease. No run.
bbcscricket@gmail.com or at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter. Jonathan's also got an email and a tweet address, but he's popped out for a few moments to take a break. He's had a long shift today.
Harry Brook bowls, this is true. A ball of medium pace at best. You might suggest he might be a non-spinning spinner, but he's not particularly. I would imagine Derek Underwood was much quicker. And he's bowled that and played into the leg side. George Hill does the fielding. So Harry Brook bowling gentle medium pace. We probably see this kind of bowling on a Saturday afternoon in club cricket everywhere. It's driven in the air to Joe Root at mid-off where there is no run. And you can see the lack of pace in this wicket because we've got 2 men on the drive. We got, that's where they're likely to get a wicket caught on the drive or caught at mid-off, mid-on. Just the solitary slip and a ring on the offside. We almost got a deep square leg as opposed to a deep fine leg. The lack of pace. Brook in. A little bit of in swing there to the left-hander, which goes down to deep square leg just in front of square. He had to move. There is 1 run to Sir Alistair Cook, 116 for 2. Looking good at the moment for Essex at 3:10. They'll be chuffed with this afternoon session so far, but losing a wicket, or 1 brings 2, could be fatal for the home team. Brook bowls. And this is squeezed between bat and pad into the leg side where the wicketkeeper does the fielding. There's an ooh and an ah and a bit of interest, but alas, no wicket nor a run. 116 for 2. This is worth a partnership of 60 from these two. Walter has 34 of them. He's facing. Brook bowls. And this is into the offside where she's well fielded by the fella at on the drive on the offside. They don't get the single. End of the over, 116 for 2.
Yep, so these two have done a great job, and the early loss of Nick Brown was concerning for Essex members and supporters because of the recent frailties in the first innings, and then Wesley and Cook went along nicely. Wesley admittedly dropped when he was on 4, but they went on quite nicely, so much so I was slightly surprised when Wesley did get out to an attempted cut and a thin edge behind. But again, Walter and Cook doing a really nice job of shoring things up for Essex and just going along quite nicely with nothing spectacular or anything like that, just going about their business, putting away the bad ball and frustrating this Yorkshire attack at the moment.
Absolutely, although Essex haven't got a running away with it. It's going to be George Hill, comes running down the hill from the Hayes Close end where it's respected by Sir Alistair Cook, no run. I've started your over, haven't I?
Oh, you're fine, because obviously I'm just doing something else at the moment. But yes, no, that's absolutely fine. 116 for 2. The sun is actually right into the box now, right through. You're going to come out with a tan, or sunburn, potentially the latter.
Well, when in Essex, we like a tan, don't we? I don't want to be stereotyped, but
however, yeah. Here is this next one from Hill, worked into the onside, and there's no run again. Cook just scores his mark once more.
I'm so pleased for Jonathan Doidge, because he's going to come down to sunny Essex and he's going to go home with a splendid tan.
See, they'll say, where have you been? The Seychelles, the Maldives. See, no, I've been to Chelmsford. Come to sunny Chelmsford, it will say on all the exactly. You see, it'll come to sunny Chelmsford. It'll say on all the hoardings as you.
We like a tan in Essex, Jonathan.
None for 15 for Hill. He's in halfway through this 8th over and driven by Cook up to mid-off for no run.
2 slips waiting. A ring of 4 on the offside, ring of 2 now on the leg side, fine leg just out of view, quite square. Hill, coming down the hill. He bowls, played off the back foot into the offside. Joe Root does the fielding, still on the drive on the leg side and a drive on the offside. Catching on the drive, I mean.
2 slips in still. And working on the ball feverishly is the former England captain, Joe Root.
It's interesting, you're not allowed to put saliva on it. I don't know if I agree with that, but it's a health and safety issue which in modern climate, in the modern society, we're worried about.
This next one is pushed into the onside for no run.
Whether that makes a little bit of difference in shining the ball, but you are allowed to use sweat, perspiration, and some players perspire more than others. You do really have to look after the ball. It's so important. That's the first thing I found out when I made it into the first team at Essex all those years ago. How you look after the ball, so important.
Hill in again. That's on the legs of Cook, who just turns up 1 down to the vacant long leg boundary and picks up 4 runs, and the score moves to 120 for 2, and Cook goes on to 57 at the end of that, the 58th over.
Yeah, there isn't a man back on the hook and a fine leg. It's simply I would call him just behind square, deep square leg just behind, which is as opposed to a conventional fine leg, and that's because of the pace of the wicket, which affects the pace of the bowler. This is a slow surface here at Chelmsford, remarkably slow. Last week's was slow as well. So not a lot of pace in the wickets at the moment around the country, I would say.
No, and we thought that, didn't we, for the first game of the season? We thought that it looked slow, looked a bit of a featherbed, and both sides piled up the runs, Essex and Kent. And last game against Northamptonshire, we were mentioning earlier on in the morning that the slips and the wicketkeeper having to stand up because it wasn't carrying through. Whether that's the way the pitches are being prepared, whether it's the early season, or whether the Chelmsford square has changed.
You're not missing any action. The umpires are looking at the ball again.
Yeah.
It's the right of the fielding side to complain about the ball if they feel it's not doing much, stroke gone out of shape. It's been thrown back to the captain. Get on with it, he said. You're not changing this ball. Come on, get on with it, he's saying, the umpire, Rob Bailey. And the other conversation is probably say, well, Mr. Bailey, sir, have you seen the shape of this ball? Has it moved? Is it swinging? Is it doing anything? No, it's out of shape, sir. No, I'm not having anything of it. Get on with it. Meanwhile, Essex have got 120 for 2. We're in the 59th over. And we have had a ball change.
We have had a ball change.
Earlier in the day.
Met with the affirmative earlier on, but not this time.
As Brook starts a new over, he bowls, played into the leg side, no run. 2 men catching either side. 1. So actually behind square we have, well, we have deep square leg just behind square. We have a backward point just behind square. We've got the solitary slip in a conventional slip. But the 2 men catching either side on the off and the leg side. And then we have 4 fielders almost in front of the other set of stumps, which this time is bowled, and it goes to a man on the drive on the leg side, no run.
Just to say, responding to that news a few moments ago of Essex being fined £50,000, of which £15,000 has been suspended, relating to an alleged racist or derogatory comment made by the former Essex chairman John Farragher at a meeting in 2017, which he denies, and the failure of the club to investigate that matter.
This time it's bowled by Brooke into the leg side, where they take it square of the wicket towards the umpire. Walter takes a single, they walk through, 121 for 2.
Essex have released a statement in the last few moments, which I'll be able to bring you at the conclusion of this over.
Brooke. He's not going to bounce anyone. Going to try and bore them into submission. It's a long time till the next new ball. Brooke round the wicket. He bowls outside off stump. Keeper standing up, takes the ball nicely, returns it to the stumps. There is no chance of a stumping nor a run.
Where are we up to? 18 minutes after 3, so we've got 5 overs to go and until we reach the 32 overs to go mark, which is when you can take tea, or at 3:40. So we're going to rattle through those. So make it a slightly truncated session after tea for the players, because those ones after tea can go on and on and on.
Brooke round the wicket. It's a full toss, driven down the ground to the captain Patterson, where he fields at mid on no run.
Full toss that turned into a low one, but just put the bat there, Cook, rather than taking any risk whatsoever. Again, there's more. Stephen Patterson then calls Joe Root across and says, look at that, look at the ball, look at it. Does that look out of shape to you? And they toss it back to the bowler and say, go on then.
A lot of kidology goes on when this happens. Short of a length, played back off the front foot, back to the bowl, end of the over of Brooks over, and that is 121 for 2. Not forgetting, Essex were asked to bat, lost a wicket, 3rd ball of the morning, 0 for 1. They'll be pleased to be 121 for 2.
So here's this statement for Essex, which they've released in the last few moments. It says, an Independent Cricket Discipline Commission, CDC, panel has imposed a £50,000 fine on Essex County Cricket Club after the club pleaded guilty to 2 charges in relation to a racist comment made in 2017 at an Essex County Cricket Club Executive Board meeting. The club has also been cautioned as to further conduct and issued with a reprimand. £15,000 of the fine is suspended for 2 years. Essex County Cricket Club have been charged with a breach of ECB Directive 3.3 as we start another over here with Hill in and turned into the onside by Walter for 1 run, 122 for 2. The charge related to no participant may conduct themselves in a manner or do any act or omission at any time which may be prejudicial to the interests of cricket, or which may bring the ECB, the game of cricket, or any cricketer or group of cricketers into disrepute. The charge was in 2 parts, related to the comment made at the meeting and the subsequent failure by Essex County Cricket Club to conduct an appropriate or any subsequent investigation. The CDC panel also noted Essex County Cricket Club's increased commitment to greater diversity at management level within the club and re-energised approach to equality, diversity and inclusion obligations. This next one's pushed up the pitch for no run, as well as the ongoing community work at grassroots level. The club has a zero tolerance policy towards racism and any form of discrimination. We continue to work with the ECB to eradicate discrimination from the game, which includes implementing their 12-point action plan and the club's further commitment to equality, diversity and inclusion policies and processes. If you want to see full details of the case, you go to the ECB website. This next one is full, and Cook forces back up to the bowler, Hill, who stops it on his follow through and then works on the ball with his shirt, this time with the score at 122 for 2. As I say, that news has broken in the last 5 or 10 minutes here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, and BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. Hill at the end of his run, round the wicket into Cook. Cook just forces back up to mid-off, and again There's no run, and Hill turns and heads back to his mark up in the distance at the Hayes close end, which we've got the white sheet still across the green seats at the far end of the Hayes close end here. The sight screen not able to do the full job in terms of helping out the batsmen, so they've got that white sheet across there as well. There's Hill with a short cover in and a short mid-wicket, in and bowling to Cook, and Cook on drives, and between the man at mid-on and mid-off, and it's mid-off who just shepherds the ball, assists it, accompanies it down to the long-on boundary. Lovely shot, 126 for 2, and Cook goes to 61.
Great shot. Just waited for the slightly, it's just slightly fuller. He picked up the length so well and just driven it back past the bowler. Great shot. Seen it so many times.
He's got the ball back in his hand again, Hill, and again hasn't got his sights quite right there. It's on Cook's pads, but in front of square on the onside. He can't pick anything up, and that is the end of the over. 126 for 2. I think I will leave you, and Jonathan can come in alongside you.
T-shirted
Jonathan Deutsch.
Jonathan, he'll have shorts on before the end of the day.
Sunglasses on. He'll have the hanky with the curled up corners on before the end of the day.
Well, just like he uses at Scarborough. Is that right? We treat it. He can't deny how beautiful it is at Chelmsford today. Harry Brook is doing something to the ball. He's working on it, trying to shine it up, maybe even get some reverse swing. Even at his military medium, he's there. There's a slip. Keeper standing up. 2 men on the drive either side. Brook is in. Bowls. Water comes casually forward. Just plays it nonchalantly back into the leg side. There is no run. Is it warm, youth, over that side?
It's warm over there.
Aye. We get the ice creams out. We have ice creams down here.
Been for a walk around periphery.
As Brook round the wicket to Walter. Walter has a slap into the offside, and it goes straight to a fielder at extra cover. There is no run. Sorry, we're having you stretch, aren't we? I'm having to lean back. My thighs are taking the heat.
Are they really?
They are.
Too much information.
As Brook comes in, bowls short of a length. That one doesn't bounce quite as much, but remember, he's not got much force behind the ball and is played into the offside. Water comes down and does a little bit of gardening.
Yorkshire getting well on with the overs here, aren't they?
They are.
Plus somebody over there in the local accent saying +4. Never seen that down here for years.
As outside off stump, slightly wider, not wide enough, but left alone.
Richard Robinson, meanwhile, back home. Richard Robinson does the ground at Wheatwood, where second team and other teams associated with the club play. Good to see Lev twirling some leggies at Wheatwood in the nets, he says. How do you feel without half of your double act? Come on, Yorkshire.
Go on, explain that to me. I'm lost.
Katie Levick, she was on commentary last week.
Right.
Yeah, but I just came up with this.
As Brook bowls, played into the leg side, they're going to take a single inside edge safely to a vacant square leg, where in front has to go behind to collect the ball, and there is one run to pull Water. 127 for 2.
I came up with a kind of team name of Lewandowski, as in Lewandowski.
Yes.
And it sort of seemed to stick. Yeah.
Did it? Very good. Well, hopefully you're enjoying the commentary. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Leeds, BBC 5 Live, Sports Extra as well, as this is played and left alone by Sir Alistair Cook. Even at that pace, Harry Duke runs down to get ready for the next over. He's first ready, 127 for 2. We've had 60 or 61 overs, one or the other. I'm going to tell you and confirm it is 61 overs.
Richard Robbo, by the way, good cricketer in his own right. Phil Robbo, brother of?
Yes.
You'd have played against?
I would have.
You would have?
Yes, definitely. Yes. Which team? Which club?
Well, Keithley, I think their starting point.
Keithley. Yep.
Richard played at Baildon, I think, as well.
Baildon. They host
tell us
some
where else he
second
played.
team cricket.
Yorkshire second team
Yeah,
cricket.
I think they do.
Baildon, do they?
I think they do.
Bradford and Bingley certainly used to do. Spen Victoria, I think, did at one stage as well.
Yes.
Going back.
Yes. I played in the Yorkshire Leagues. I sub-pro'd
For
in the 80s.
who?
Skipton,
Yep.
back in the day, and I played against Leighton James, who played for the paper mills over that area.
Poole.
Ribblesdale League as well. Ribblesdale. Settle I've played for as well as a sub-pro in the Ribblesdale League.
Walter having a chat with Jeff Fisher at lunch. Shouted
Related to
Ian Fisher.
Ah, yeah. Yep.
Ian's dad.
Yep.
Here's Root once again around the wicket, passing umpire Robinson. Ball number 5 of his first over is driven back to him. Really excellent spell from Don Bess earlier, said Lindsay O'Regan.
Yeah, it was.
Made the batters come forward, a vast majority of deliveries, showing excellent control. He'll not run out of ideas, I don't think. Dominic Bess is the sort of player who'll kind of never run out of those, and he'll not stop trying. He'll keep coming at you.
What's he bowled this season so far? Prior to the game, I'll have a look. He has bowled
Plenty.
125, taken 6 wickets. Brooke bowls outside of stump where Sir Alistair Cook leaves it well alone, still being disciplined and watchful on 62 not out, and he's faced 175 balls. Just keeps batting, doesn't he? And as I said,
down just to watch some 4-day cricket and receive some fashion advice from two who should know.
Oh, well bowled again. Little bit of reverse swing going on, I sense. We saw one playing a miss, and now we've seen one just move away. So perhaps the ball change isn't going to occur. They're going to stick with it. It's 63 overs old, and Yorkshire just trying to make use of a bit of reverse swing.
Yep, and Michael Berenson has messaged in as well, gents, following the stream from Berlin and enjoying the comms. Question is, Duan Olivier, and he was released in March without much in the way of fanfare. As Root, who's back with a bit of that, is driven into the offside by Walter. Milan doing the fielding.
He might be here with South Africa in the Test series.
I should think he will be. Yeah. But released, and Harris Ralph, of course, has the early season fast bowling spot that Olivier had as Walter props forward back to the former England captain, and there is no run. He got so used to saying England captain over the years that he's just there. As he's in again and running back to his mark after he was flicked to leg this time by Walter. Karunaratne doing the fielding. Keep mentioning these names: Milan, Karunaratne, Root, Brook bowling from this end. Some quality batsmen for Yorkshire to go in, or batters, as that's dropped in front of Walter. Karunaratne coming in, no run, lithe at first slip, and they'll be, even though they're looking at a fairly green pitch, from their own perspective, I guess, encouraged that there's only 2 wickets fallen today, because it might be a pretty good one to bat on when they get their opportunity, but they're going to have to work hard for these other 8 wickets first. Single there to a delivery with a bit of width from Root, pushed out square on the offside by Walter. Cook has a scratch at his guard, twiddles a bat, slip and leg slip in place, and Root into him, and that's pushed into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. That's now 64 bowled. Cook on 62, Walter on 39, and it's 134 for 2. Over 8 is now +2, was +4 at one stage. And so we've got to the 32 overs remaining mark. We've still got 4 minutes to go before tea.
I'm going to suggest there's about 1,500 in here today, which I think is pretty good. We are supported well here at Chelmsford. Harry Brook round the wicket to Paul Walter, who respects it back down the wicket, where there's a bit of good footwork there from Bess. No run.
It kind of looks like there'd be more than that in, but I get your point. It's obviously much smaller in terms of what it can cope with than Headingley. It dwarfs its sort of 12 to 1,500 regular attendance.
There's a good few underneath the stand here as well, at the Tom Pearce on the ground level, as well as the upper level. Outside off stump, well taken by Harry Duke, who received a ball from Harry Brook that did bounce a little bit, but it was outside off stump, left alone by Walter. Well taken by the keeper. Yeah, the public side is our left-hand side as we're looking, where the hospital used to be. And that normally is a good thermometer of how many people are in, actually. Well fielded at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket, but there is no chance of a dismissal, nor a run. So good delivery, good cricket all round, 134 for 2.
Just a bit untidy with the ball, Harry Brook. He'll be very keen to break this partnership, and particularly with the wicket of A.N. Cook.
Outside off, it's cut, it's short, it's going to run away for... Great bit of fielding by Karunaratne, who stopped certainly 2 runs. That looked like 4. It was timed beautifully, but his sliding stop where he just forced it back and didn't allow it to touch the rope. Got up quickly, threw it in, super bit of fielding, 2 runs to Walter. He moves to 39, 136 for 2. Sorry, 136 for 2, yeah. This time into the leg side, they take a single down to fine leg, where there is just one more run, 137 for 2.
Yeah, just working him around, easy as you like. He's got the two left-handers to bowl at, but they're still able to pick him off here.
Good disciplines by the two batsmen here, because he hasn't got the fright of pace or the dangers, and they don't want to lower their guard. This time Cook outside off stump. It's well taken by Duke, who runs and sprints down to the other end because the umpire called over. 65 overs have gone. Essex are 137 for 2.
Yep, and seconds to go before the scheduled tea break, so they're going to be firing in another route over.
Still
Fairly
plus
short
2.
final session then, just 30 overs.
Oh hell!
Well, no, 30 overs will be left.
Where are you staying?
I am staying down in Brentwood.
Are you? Do you stay with the players? Right.
Yep.
Very good.
So was that?
Brentwood?
It was about 20-25 minute drive in.
Yeah, quite easy. Going against the rush in the morning.
Here's route then, round the wicket. Still shades in place, even though we're in shade at the moment here at the county ground, and Walter just pushes forward back to 66. Gives the ball a bit of a rub on the back of his cricket trousers and turns again. I'd love to take one with him before the tea break, and that's not a bad effort. Full delivery. Walter just for a moment looked like he might topple over on it, but in the end jabbed the bat down. Ripple of applause. Encouragement from the visiting side here, and Root thinks he's almost sneaked one through to the pad there. It looked like it might have hit the wickets if Walter hadn't stabbed it away square on the leg side and picked up a single. So Cook, another bat twiddle, sets himself. Fairly wide stance, quite open. Root knows all about how he plays, of course, but he's not got him out yet in the early stages of his spell from the Hayes close end. Another dot ball played back to the bowler. He turns and comes in once again. Up there, just trying to tempt Sir Alistair Cook to have a little flick at that one, maybe a drive straight into the hands of the man at short extra cover, but not on this occasion. I think I'm right in saying Alistair Cook got out that way when the trap was set in the RL50 quarter-final that Essex won here last year, but not this time around. He's pushed out on the floor, final ball of the session, and so at tea, 66 overs into their first innings and having been put into bat, Sir Alistair Cook 62 and Paul Walter 43. Essex are 138 for 2.
Thank you, Jonathan. Right, we will be back in approximately, well, just under 20 minutes' time. Whatever you're up to, be safe and enjoy the remainder of the afternoon. See you soon.